The mist hung low over the valley, curling like ancient spirits through the pine-covered hills of early Japan. Before the word ninja ever echoed in hushed tones across the countryside, before the shadows had a name, there were watchers, silent men and women who learned to vanish into the land itself. In an era when brute force reigned and power shifted at the tip of a sword, there arose a different kind of warrior, one whose value lay not in confrontation, but in invisibility. Centuries before the formalized ninja clans of Iga and Koga, espionage already had roots in Japan. During the Asuka and Nara periods, the imperial court understood the power of knowledge. Messengers, scouts, and covert operatives were dispatched by the Yamato rulers to observe rival tribes, report on rebellious provinces, and sow confusion among those who resisted unification. These early informants operated without the mystique that would later cloak the ninja. Yet their actions formed the quiet bedrock of what would become a legacy of clandestine warfare. These were turbulent times. Warring clans vied for influence across fractured territories. Fortresses were built, burned, and rebuilt again. Alliances were forged and shattered in the span of a season. Amid such instability, intelligence, true, actionable, secret knowledge became more valuable than steel. And so, in the shadows cast by samurai grandeur, a new discipline began to form. It was not merely about stealth or sabotage. It was about understanding the human mind. A good spy knew how to listen, how to slip into a household as a servant, and leave unnoticed with secrets sealed behind a smile. A better one knew how to manipulate, to turn brother against brother, to feed the smallest flame of distrust until it consumed a rival from within. These were skills honed in silence, passed not through schools or scrolls, but through whispered lessons by firelight, taught only to the trustworthy and the unseen. By the Heian period, the concept of shinobi no mono, those who endure, had begun to take form. Their techniques were drawn not just from military logic, but from nature, theater, and religion. They learned to imitate, to adapt, to flow with the currents of their surroundings. These early operatives studied the night, observed the habits of animals, and practiced silence until even their breath was measured and intentional. The rugged mountains of central Honshu became breeding grounds for such arts. The people there, removed from courtly life, developed survival skills far beyond those of the city-born. Here, in isolated valleys, future ninja families were born, not through bloodlines, but through need. Farmers who fended off invaders with cunning rather than blades. Monks who knew the trails between provinces and could travel undetected. Bandits who learned to disappear into bamboo forests like wraiths. All were seeds of what the world would one day call ninja. It was not until the fragmentation of Japan during the Sengoku Jidai, the age of warring states, that these skills were formalized. But even before that era of chaos, there were whispers. A lord who died in his sleep, no mark upon him. A border guard found blindfolded, gagged and stripped of secrets. A scroll that vanished despite being under guard. These weren't miracles. They were the work of the unseen. And so, even in the early days, long before scrolls codified their techniques and warlords paid for their services, the ninja spirit was already alive. It lived in quiet rebellion, in cunning resistance, in the belief that victory could be won not with a roar, but with a whisper. High in the mist-draped mountains of central Japan, where craggy ridgelines cut through cedar forests and footpaths vanished into the undergrowth, two regions began to whisper secrets into the wind, secrets that would change the art of warfare forever. Iga and Koga, isolated and fiercely independent provinces nestled within the Key Peninsula, were not places of noble palaces or courtly splendor. They were places of resilience, of hard-earned survival, of men and women who knew the language of the land more intimately than any scroll. While the imperial capital in Kyoto bustled with ceremony and elegance, Iga and Koga grew in quiet defiance. Their remoteness was their armor, shielding them from direct rule. Local villages governed themselves through collective councils, forging bonds of loyalty stronger than feudal contracts. Out of necessity, they cultivated a life of independence, repelling invaders, avoiding taxes, and trading not only in goods, but in information. Here, shinobi no mono began to coalesce into something greater than individuals. They became networks. In Iga, clans such as Hattori and Momochi began to emerge as leaders in stealth, deception, and guerrilla warfare. Koga, to the east, developed similar lineages, families of practitioners whose names would pass into legend. These weren't grand samurai families adorned in armor and honor. They were humble villagers, farmers by daylight, spies and saboteurs by moonlight. Training in these regions was born from terrain and necessity. Children learned to tread silently across fallen leaves, to map valleys by memory, to hide among trees until their breath matched the wind. Youngsters played games that required vanishing, mimicking the natural camouflage of deer and foxes. Climbing trees was not recreation, it was preparation. Walking barefoot on icy stones was not punishment, it was conditioning. Unlike the rigid hierarchy of samurai dojos, ninja instruction was familial and secretive. Lessons passed from parent to child, from uncle to niece, in the quiet hours after dusk. There were no scrolls boasting of great deeds, no banners fluttering with clan crests. To be seen was to invite death or compromise. Glory was not the goal, survival was. And in these forgotten valleys, survival became art. The Iga and Koga regions became sanctuaries for those who rejected feudal oppression. Ronin, masterless samurai, found refuge here and traded sword for shadow. Outlaws were absorbed into a system of discipline and silence. Even monks, excommunicated for heterodoxy, contributed to the knowledge pool, teaching meditation, poisons, and herb lore. The two regions, though separated by rugged mountains and differing dialects, began to collaborate. A silent alliance grew, rooted in mutual respect and need. Their methods diverged subtly. Koga favored natural poisons and blending with peasantry, while Iga leaned toward battlefield infiltration and psychological manipulation. But their goals were aligned. Together, they formed the invisible blade behind the curtain of war. By the time the Sengoku period plunged Japan into chaos, these clans were no longer whispers. They were forces. Daimyo began to court them, offering coin and protection in exchange for services rendered under moonlight. Espionage became currency, assassination, a strategy. A well-placed ninja could dismantle an entire campaign before it began, not through battle, but through subterfuge, whispers, and sabotage. Their tactics were unorthodox, even dishonorable to the samurai mind, but they were effective. Burn a granary, poison a horse, incite mutiny in a rival garrison. These were victories that left no songs, but ensured survival. And in the shadows of Iga and Koga, the ninja understood that survival was the only truth that mattered. By the 15th century, the names of these clans had begun to circulate beyond their valleys. Stories of masked men who walked through locked doors, of couriers who vanished into fog, of spies who became merchants, monks and maids. The legend had begun, but behind it was a network of living, breathing, calculating people who built an invisible empire from dirt, patience, and silence. In these lands, secrecy was religion, and the forest canopy was cathedral. Iga and Koga were no longer merely regions. They were schools, cradles of an evolving craft, a craft that would influence wars, unsettle emperors, and, in time, capture the imagination of the world. In the rigid hierarchy of feudal Japan, lines were drawn not only by blood, but by philosophy, etched deeply into the armor and hearts of those who served. The samurai and the ninja stood on opposite ends of that spectrum. One adorned in splendor and bound by code, the other clothed in anonymity and liberated by adaptability. To the outside world, both were warriors, but beneath the surface, their worlds could not have been more different. The samurai were born of order, sworn to serve daimyo and shogun under the rigid constraints of Bushido, the way of the warrior. This code emphasized loyalty, honor, and open combat. A samurai's death on the battlefield was seen as noble, even beautiful. Their swords, polished and revered, were extensions of their soul. Their presence on the battlefield was deliberate and public, often announced before the first arrow was loosed. Ninjas, by contrast, were shaped by necessity, born in the cracks where law faltered. They did not fight to be seen. They fought to win. To them, victory was not found in a glorious duel, but in a stolen document, a collapsed bridge, or a rival leader found mysteriously lifeless. They did not pledge their lives to a single lord or house, but instead offered their services to the highest bidder, or sometimes to the cause they believed in, however unspoken. To a samurai, to kill without announcing oneself was dishonorable. To a ninja, to announce oneself was suicidal. While the samurai walked in daylight under the banners of their clan, the ninja moved through shadows, unadorned, unrecognized, and unrecorded. Where the samurai sought eternal memory, the ninja desired complete erasure. Their gear reflected their roles. A samurai's armor was a symphony of lacquered plates, designed for protection and intimidation. A ninja wore practicality, black or dark blue clothing that allowed freedom of movement, tight wrappings to muffle noise, and sandals designed to leave ambiguous tracks. Even their weapons differed in philosophy. The katana was a samurai's sacred relic, while the ninja's tools, short swords, throwing stars, smoke bombs, claws, and ropes, were purely functional, often repurposed from farming equipment or crafted in secrecy. Their training also diverged at the root. Samurai studied horseback riding, swordsmanship, archery, poetry, and formal etiquette. A samurai was expected to be both warrior and scholar, a reflection of noble ideals. Ninjas trained in the art of deception, escape, survival, and sabotage. They learned how to scale walls without a sound, how to mimic voices, forge documents, blend into a crowd, or disappear into a pond with only a reed to breathe through. Where samurai memorized family trees and political alliances, ninjas memorized patrol routes, escape tunnels, and pressure points. But their goals occasionally aligned. In times of warfare, daimyo would secretly employ ninjas to perform tasks samurai could not. While an army marched in grandeur, a single ninja might have already disabled the enemy's lookout tower, while a samurai offered a noble challenge at a castle gate. A ninja might have slipped in through the back, ensuring no alarm could be raised. Still, the relationship between the two was complicated. Many samurai looked down on ninjas, considering their methods cowardly. Yet they feared them too, for in a world ruled by appearance and honor, the ninja operated in truth and outcome. To a samurai, the world was seen. To a ninja, the world was sensed. There were even moments when roles blurred. Some samurai secretly studied ninjutsu, using its techniques when necessary, and some ninjas, born into samurai families, turned their backs on Bushido in favor of the darker arts. The division between the two was never absolute, but the contrast in ideals was unmistakable. Where one chose death before dishonor, the other chose disappearance before defeat. In the end, both warriors played their part in the theater of feudal Japan. The samurai stood proudly on the stage, illuminated by the torches of admiration. But it was the ninja, concealed in the rafters, who sometimes pulled the strings. To understand the ninja, one must look beyond the smoke, the shadows, and the blades. Beneath the surface of their stealth and sabotage lay a deep well of philosophy, one that drew from the rhythms of nature, the stillness of Zen, and the fluidity of thought over brute force. While their actions in the field were tactical, their way of life was deeply spiritual, shaped by ancient beliefs that whispered wisdom into every silent step. Unlike the samurai, whose honor-bound existence was often tethered to public codes and rituals, the ninja embraced internal mastery. They believed the most powerful weapon was not the sword, but the mind, sharp, adaptable, and impossible to disarm. Their philosophy was one of survival and transformation, and it flowed like a mountain stream, bending around obstacles rather than breaking against them. Zen Buddhism was one of the core influences in the lives of many ninjas, not in a ceremonial or temple-bound way, but in its essence, awareness, presence, and detachment. The practice of zazen, or seated meditation, was a daily ritual for many, not merely to attain enlightenment, but to train the mind to observe without reacting. A ninja in hiding for hours in the cold mud, waiting for the right moment to move, was not simply enduring. He was practicing a form of moving meditation, a quiet dominance over the body and ego. From Zen, they learned that thought must not be clouded by emotion. Fear, anger, or pride could betray a mission. Instead, the ninja cultivated the stillness of mind that allowed him to blend with wind, to mimic silence, to vanish not through magic, but through mastery of perception. To disappear in plain sight was not a trick. It was a refinement of discipline and inner calm. Nature was their second teacher. The forest taught them movement, the river, adaptation, the animals, silence. To the ninja, the world was not an enemy, but a guide. They watched how cats moved, how owls hunted, how insects communicated without sound. Every season had a lesson. In spring, when blossoms opened, they learned to soften their posture. In winter, they practiced endurance beneath snow-covered branches, mimicking the stillness of the earth. This reverence for nature extended to their choice of weapons, clothing, and roots. Ninja garb was often dyed with crushed leaves and barks that not only colored their outfits in muted tones, but masked their scent from animals and guard dogs. Their travel paths mimicked animal trails, indirect, winding, and chosen for concealment. Even their weapons were shaped by an understanding of balance, weight, and momentum drawn from watching nature's designs. Their strategic thinking echoed Sun Tzu's principles, though uniquely adapted to Japanese terrain and politics. To them, the greatest victory was one that avoided battle entirely. Misdirection, misinformation, and manipulation were tools just as essential as shuriken or smoke. A ninja might spend days planting a false rumor in a village, only to strike while the enemy moved to prepare for a phantom threat. They understood that human emotion was a battlefield in itself, and fear could often kill more efficiently than steel. This mindset required more than training. It demanded transformation. A ninja had to become formless, not a man or woman, but an intention, a ripple in still water. They could be beggars, monks, servants, or ghosts. Their identity was fluid. Their allegiance was often temporary, shifting with the winds of politics and necessity. But within, they held fast to a private code, one rarely spoken, but lived in every breath. Survive, adapt, and never allow pride to make you visible. Even in death, a ninja could remain mysterious. Stories tell of operatives who carried poison not for others, but for themselves, ensuring that if captured, they would take their own lives before revealing secrets. Their philosophy did not promise glory, it promised effectiveness. And so, where many sought immortality through fame, the ninja sought it through invisibility. Thus, the philosophy of the ninja was not written in volumes. It was written in still ponds, in footprints that vanished with rain, in whispered breaths beneath moonlight. They lived by teachings that could not be codified, only embodied. And in doing so, they became not merely warriors, but the very embodiment of the unseen forces that shape the world. The tale of the ninja is not one of sudden appearance or dramatic birth, but of slow evolution, of scattered shadows, gradually coalescing into something feared, hired, and eventually mythologized. From the early centuries of Japan's political consolidation to the chaotic bloodshed of the Sengoku Jidai, the ninja emerged not as a singular invention, but as a quiet response to the loud thunder of war. In the early 8th century, during the Nara period, the imperial court had begun to understand the value of intelligence. Officials, monks, and messengers were sent into remote provinces under various pretenses to monitor rebellions, collect taxes, and observe the loyalties of local warlords. While not yet ninjas in title or training, these early agents laid the conceptual groundwork for what covert action could achieve. Their work was unglamorous, dangerous, and often unrecognized, but vital. By the Heian period, 794 to 1185, Japan had entered an age of aristocracy and growing regional unrest. The centralized government's reach faltered, especially in remote areas like the Iga and Koga provinces. These mountainous zones began to attract exiles, rebels, and peasants who formed self-sufficient communities. These were not ninja clans in the organized sense yet, but these communities lived outside the traditional feudal structures and learned to defend themselves using cunning rather than strength. Simultaneously, as rival warlords vied for influence, the art of subtle warfare took root. Monasteries, especially those of the Shugendo mountain ascetics, practiced spiritual disciplines that included endurance, nature, immersion, and ritual silence. These monks, moving unseen through dense forest, wielding knowledge of herbs, poisons, and pressure points, became unexpected instructors for future shinobi. The Kamakura period, 1185 to 1333, witnessed the rise of the samurai class and the birth of a militarized shogunate. With it came a corresponding increase in espionage. The Genpei War, which gave rise to the Kamakura shogunate, saw the use of scouts and informants, many of them monks, hermits, or disguised peasants. Their role was not yet formalized, but their impact was beginning to be noticed. It was during the Muromachi period, 1336 to 1573, that the term shinobi began to gain traction. The Ashikaga shogunate struggled to maintain control over fracturing provinces, and covert operatives became essential in resolving conflicts that the sword alone could not. It is in this period that we see the earliest records of shinobi being used for infiltration, arson, psychological warfare, and manipulation. Small-scale conflicts between daimyo became breeding grounds for covert tactics, and the villages of Iga and Koga formalized their teachings. Iga and Koga became renowned during this era, not merely as geographic locations, but as training centers. Families passed down techniques in silence, codifying knowledge into secret scrolls. Students were trained from the youth in disguise, survival, deception, and endurance. Their work was clandestine. If a shinobi did their job well, no one knew they had been there. Their names rarely appeared in history books, because success left no trace. The Sengoku Jidai, 1467 to 1600, Japan's age of warring states, was the crucible in which the ninja reached their zenith. During this chaotic time, as countless factions battled for supremacy, daimyo eagerly employed the services of Iga and Koga. For the first time, shinobi were contracted openly, though their actions remained secret, and their methods were no longer just survival tactics. They were tactical advantages. One of the most famous uses of shinobi during this time was under the command of Takeda Shingen, a powerful warlord who deployed ninja for surveillance, sabotage, and message interception. His rival, Uesugi Kenshin, countered with his own spies. Battles were fought in the dark, long before swords clashed in daylight. But perhaps no figure looms larger in ninja history than Oda Nobunaga, the warlord who would eventually orchestrate the destruction of the Iga clans. Nobunaga, recognizing the power of shinobi, viewed them as both tool and threat. In 1581, he launched a full-scale invasion of Iga province, determined to eliminate the independent ninja communities that resisted centralization. Villages were razed, masters killed, and scrolls burned. But Iga did not fall easily. The shinobi used their terrain masterfully: traps in forests, misinformation campaigns, hidden passages beneath riverbanks. Though eventually overpowered by sheer military force, the resistance they mounted became legend. Survivors fled or assimilated, spreading their techniques across Japan. By the time of the Tokugawa shogunate's rise in 1600, the ninja, as a military necessity, began to fade. Japan entered a time of enforced peace, and the demand for spies and assassins diminished. The clans of Iga and Koga were largely dismantled, absorbed into history, or driven into secrecy once more. Yet, the legacy endured. What had begun centuries earlier as scattered acts of survival by marginalized villagers, had grown into a complex and effective system of shadow warfare. The shinobi left behind no grand monuments, no triumphant poetry. But in the whispers of frightened guards, in the unexplained deaths of commanders, and in the secret corridors of feudal castles, they were always there. In the fog-veiled valleys of Iga and Koga, life for a child born into a shinobi household began not with lullabies and toys, but with silence, observation, and immersion in secrecy. From the moment they could walk, they were expected to listen more than speak, watch more than act. These children were not raised in the carefree innocence of play, but shaped in the crucible of purpose, a purpose never spoken aloud, yet understood by every whispering glance, every cautious step. Ninja families were often indistinguishable from common villagers. On the surface, they tilled rice fields, raised poultry, crafted tools, and repaired rooftops. But behind the ordinary was a second life, a hidden curriculum passed from generation to generation. Knowledge was never written plainly. It was layered into chores, stories, rituals. A child sent to collect herbs learned not only about medicine, but also about which leaves could poison silently. A game of hide and seek became an evaluation of how well one could disappear into a thicket without leaving a trace. Discipline began young. At the age of 5 or 6, children were introduced to the foundations of taijutsu, the unarmed fighting style of the ninja. But these sessions were less about defeating an enemy and more about mastering one's own body. Balance, breath control, and awareness of surroundings were emphasized above brute strength. Exercises were subtle, walking across rice paper without tearing it, stepping barefoot on stones with complete silence, catching insects without crushing them. Physical training was only one piece of the puzzle. Mental conditioning ran just as deep. Young shinobi were taught to control their emotions, to remain calm in chaos, to suppress the instinct to react. They were exposed to fear in controlled environments, sudden darkness, mock ambushes, simulated confinement. These lessons were designed not to frighten, but to teach them how to remain functional when panic threatened to take over. Storytelling played an important role in instruction. Around the hearth at night, elders would recount tales of legendary shinobi, not with prideful embellishment, but with quiet reverence. The child who listened learned not to boast, but to respect silence. Heroes in these stories often died unnamed, forgotten by history, and yet their work changed the course of wars. This was the legacy the child was being prepared to inherit, not one of fame, but of impact, without recognition. At around age 8 or 9, the child was often assigned a mentor, usually a relative or trusted elder from within the clan. This figure would become the child's personal guide, introducing them to practical skills like knot tying, climbing techniques, herbal preparation, and night vision conditioning. Under their guidance, the child learned how to move in different terrains: forest, marsh, village, mountain. They practiced walking in someone else's footsteps, moving against wind direction, and navigating by starlight. Disguise was another vital discipline. Children were taught to shift identities with ease, adopting the mannerisms, speech patterns, and postures of peasants, monks, merchants, even beggars. Dress-up games were repurposed as drills in mimicry. One day, a child might act as a mute farmer's boy, the next, a frail travelling priest. These rehearsals were essential, Later in life, failure to deceive could mean death. By adolescence, most young trainees had already participated in real missions, not violent ones, but support roles, scouting a road, delivering a decoy message, eavesdropping on a traveler. These early experiences were closely supervised, but still dangerous. Mistakes were met with correction, not punishment. The lesson was always the same: survival through adaptability, not bravado. Even the act of eating was instructional. Shinobi children were fed simple, nutrient-dense meals, designed to sustain energy and sharpen focus. They learned to identify edible wild plants, prepare food in silence, and ration under duress. Hunger was treated as a teacher, not an enemy. Education extended to reading and writing, though it was often taught in ciphered formats. Children learned how to encode messages, memorize passages in fragmented verses, and understand layered meanings. Scrolls, when used, were sometimes written backwards, with ink made from herbs that faded in sunlight or glowed faintly by candlelight. The written word was a tool, but also a vulnerability. Memory was always preferred. Ceremony marked key transitions. Around age 14, those who had demonstrated discipline and adaptability were welcomed into adulthood through quiet rites, perhaps a private vow before elders, a solo night in the mountains, or the receiving of a family blade or tool. These events were not for public celebration. They were personal, sacred, and hidden, like everything else in the shinobi's life. What emerged from this upbringing was not merely a skilled operative, but a person sculpted to serve a purpose few could comprehend. A shinobi child did not grow up dreaming of castles or conquest. They grew up learning how to become the wind, felt but never seen, heard but never found. Long before a shinobi ever picked up a blade, climbed a fortress wall, or dissolved into shadow, they trained the one tool that governed all others: the mind. In the world of the ninja, where a heartbeat could give away your presence, and a flicker of emotion could unravel a disguise, mental mastery was not a luxury. It was survival. Unlike many warriors who trained to react, the ninja trained to not react, to hold silence where others would speak, to wait where others would move, to think clearly where others would panic. Mental training began in childhood, but never truly ended. It was a lifelong pursuit, sharpened through rituals of stillness, relentless observation, and a deep communion with the unseen forces of the world. Meditation was the foundation of this discipline. Each morning, sometimes before the sun touched the rice fields, shinobi in training would sit in silence, often in front of running water, on cold stone, or beneath a canopy of trees. Eyes half closed, back straight, breath controlled, they would enter a stillness so profound that their awareness expanded beyond the body. Every creak of the forest, every distant bird call became a part of their consciousness. And this wasn't religious in the conventional sense, although it often mirrored Zen practice. It was functional. Meditation trained them to lower their heartbeat, regulate adrenaline, and focus through discomfort. If captured and bound, they could slow their breath and wait. If forced to hold position for hours without motion, they could endure. If interrogated, their minds were trained to resist panic and deceit. Stillness, to a ninja, was power. Observation training was layered into every facet of life. A shinobi child might be sent into a market and asked to return with a verbal map of the entire layout: which vendor sold fish, who walked with a limp, how many soldiers passed through, and at what intervals. They were not expected to memorize everything. They were expected to learn what to look for and how to do it unnoticed. Lessons took odd forms. One master would place a small object, like a leaf or a coin, along a forest path and ask the trainee to walk it 3 times, each time identifying something new. Another would briefly show a scene, 2 people speaking, a dog passing behind them, a curtain fluttering, and then demand a full description down to the color of the thread. They were taught to observe without staring, to watch without turning their head, to pick up on human emotion from posture, to spot the smallest shift in wind or scent that might indicate danger. Eventually, they were trained to move through an unfamiliar village, and within minutes identify every potential hiding place, exit route, and source of fire. The mind of the ninja was not merely aware, it was always collecting. Endurance, the 3rd pillar, was forged in hardship, not in grand acts of sacrifice, but in repeated, daily discomfort. Long walks barefoot over gravel paths, holding a single pose for an hour, eyes open, surrounded by biting insects, submerging in cold streams in midwinter, running uphill with mouths full of water, so they would learn to breathe through their nose and control rhythm. More than just physical toughness, this bred mental clarity under strain. The goal was not to become numb to pain. It was to observe it without flinching. If your legs burned while crouching in wait for an enemy, you didn't shift or whimper. You noticed the pain, acknowledged it, and made space for it without letting it consume you. Advanced students were put through simulations designed to test psychological endurance, being trapped in small, dark spaces, hearing misleading noises in the forest, being given contradictory orders. Sometimes they were betrayed in a staged mission, abandoned by a partner to see how they responded to isolation or perceived failure. These drills were not cruel. They were preparation for a world where truth was fluid and survival required calm in chaos. Some masters even introduced hallucinogenic herbs in low doses to force trainees to confront their fears, illusions, and inner turmoil. The trainee, lying on a bamboo mat, would begin to see imagined threats, figures from nightmares, memories of failure. Under supervision, they learned to ground themselves in breath and mantra, to separate illusion from reality. Afterward, they often emerged with sharper focus and a deepened sense of inner control. Yet, not all training was serious. Sometimes it was disguised as games, trick puzzles, word traps, riddles in ancient kanji that led to a hidden message. Mental agility wasn't just about strength of will, it was about flexibility. The shinobi mind had to bend and weave, shifting between logic and instinct, between deception and truth, between role and self. This mental discipline led to one of the most feared traits of the ninja, their unreadable calm. A captured ninja might stare blankly at his captor, neither begging nor resisting. A shinobi in disguise could maintain his story while injured, or even when accused. They were trained not to break, not because of pride, but because the mission mattered more than the self. They lived each day with the knowledge that their fate might be death, torture, or vanishing, and yet, through that awareness, they found a kind of peace. Their minds became like water, still on the surface, deep beneath, and capable of shaping stone through patient persistence. To become a shadow, the ninja had to first master their body, not just to move quickly, but to move with precision, not just to endure, but to adapt in silence, to balance on thatched rooftops without a creak, to leap across streams without disturbing a single pebble. and to climb vertical surfaces as naturally as others walk down a path. Physical training was not about brute strength. It was about efficiency, awareness, and adaptability. The body had to be honed into a silent instrument. From the moment they could walk steadily, children in shinobi households began to move through the world differently. Their chores were designed not just to contribute to the home, but to train. Carrying heavy water buckets taught balance and rhythm. Gathering firewood in the mountains cultivated sure-footedness. Helping to build a roof taught them about heights, traction, and where structures gave way. But these were just the beginning. Formal training began at sunrise, often in the forests or on steep terrain. The first lesson was quiet movement. Step by step, they were taught how to tread without sound, heel to toe to ball, shifting weight slowly, reading the surface underfoot. They learned how to move over gravel without a crunch, through dried leaves without a rustle, and across creaky floorboards without a single squeak. It could take months, even years, to master the ability to walk silently in complete darkness. But a ninja's value often depended on it. Climbing was the next essential skill. Mountains, walls, trees, even castle gates. No obstacle could be permanent. Trainees scaled cliffs with ropes of woven hemp, used clawed hand tools to hook onto wood beams, and learned to drive spikes into cracks no thicker than a finger. They climbed trees not just for height, but to perch in the crook of a branch for hours without shifting. Vertical mobility was life. They trained their grip by hanging from poles for extended periods, their toes by gripping branches, their backs by hauling sandbags up muddy slopes. The ninja did not rely solely on strength. They used leverage. They learned how to shift their weight to climb using less effort, how to anchor their bodies with hips instead of arms, how to descend quietly using friction and body tension alone. If necessary, they could climb blindfolded, guided only by muscle memory and breath control. Swimming was taught not for sport, but for stealth. Trainees were expected to cross rivers silently, sometimes holding their breath for minutes at a time. They practiced swimming underwater, with reeds for air, floating motionless to simulate corpses, or paddling backward to avoid detection. They were taught to swim with full clothing and gear, to navigate murky lakes, and to disappear beneath the surface as if they'd never been there. Water also became a tool in training balance. Bamboo rafts, floating logs, and slick stones were used in drills to develop foot placement, reaction time, and control. Falling meant repetition. Mastery meant invisible crossings. Then came acrobatics, not the kind for performance, but for survival, tumbling across rough terrain without injury, rolling silently out of a fall, leaping from tree to tree or wall to wall, flipping to evade a strike. Training often took place on uneven ground, over rocks, or with obstacles designed to force the body into adaptive movement. Vaulting fences, crawling under brush, and flipping through narrow gaps became second nature. They practiced jumping with weight strapped to their backs and landing in exact positions, knees bent, breath controlled, body ready. Balance was a constant theme. Trainees would walk across narrow planks placed atop unstable rocks, or practice sparring on single wooden poles. They would squat motionless on small platforms for hours, sometimes blindfolded, learning to feel wind shifts, sense vibrations, and anticipate collapse before it came. Flexibility was as important as strength. Daily stretching sessions mimicked the movements of animals, the crouch of a fox, the reach of a cat, the coil of a serpent. Muscles were lengthened to reduce injury and to allow movement through tight spaces, between roof beams, under floorboards, through water ducts. Endurance drills tested the mind and body together. Long-distance night runs through forests and mountains, extended time in uncomfortable positions, carrying loads over rough terrain, training in extreme heat or cold. Everything aimed to build a body that could move under stress, fight without formality, flee when needed, and adapt instantly. Perhaps most impressively, all this training was silent. No grunts, no stomping, no heavy breaths. Even sparring was done with an emphasis on quiet impact, controlling the sound of footfalls and falls alike. A shinobi was expected to move like mist, fluid, formless, and unnoticed. The result of this lifelong conditioning was not a bulky warrior, but a functional one, light, strong, agile, and deadly in ways that defied direct confrontation. A ninja would never be mistaken for a sumo or a samurai. But that was the point. The moment you saw them, the illusion failed. Their strength lay in what you didn't see, in the precise way they moved through trees, water, rooftops, and crowds, as if they were part of the world itself. To a samurai, the battlefield was a stage of glory. To a ninja, the world itself was the stage, and every man a mask. If a shinobi could not deceive, he could not survive. And so, among all the arts they mastered, stealth, climbing, combat, and endurance, perhaps none was as critical or as dangerous as the art of becoming someone else. Disguise was not merely a skill, it was a discipline, a transformation of self so complete that even one's heartbeat changed. The ninja was trained not to wear a disguise, but to become it. From the way they walked, to how they held a cup of tea, to how they laughed, everything had to match the role they assumed. And because failure meant exposure, and exposure meant death, perfection was required. Training in disguise began early. Children played at being monks, farmers, merchants, and beggars, not as innocent games, but as deliberate exercises. A boy might spend an entire day begging in the market, instructed to eat only what he was given. A girl might be made to work in a noble's household under a false name, observing, serving, and learning to blend in. The smallest inconsistencies, a rural accent when pretending to be from the capital, a left-handed grip where right-handedness was expected, were corrected immediately. Shinobi studied human behavior like a craftsman studies tools. They learned regional dialects, gestures common to certain professions, etiquette, customs, even religious practices. A ninja posing as a Yamabushi mountain monk needed to know chants, posture, and prayer sequences. A traveling merchant had to know pricing, trade routes, and market gossip. A servant had to anticipate commands before they were spoken. Every detail mattered. How to tie a robe, how to bow, how to look submissive or self-important. They studied how nobles moved with entitlement, how commoners shuffled with exhaustion, how beggars held their hands when asking for alms. The goal was to be invisible, not by fading into the background, but by seeming normal in any role. Costuming was equally precise. Ninja did not wear black pajamas, as popular myth suggests. Their wardrobe varied based on the role they played. When traveling through towns, they dressed as pilgrims or merchants. In cities, as scribes or actors. On farms, as laborers. Clothing was chosen to match the time of year, the region, and the social class they were imitating. Dye colors, fabric texture, wear and tear, all were selected to align with the identity. Their kit often included quick-change items, reversible cloaks, false beards, soot to darken skin, herbal dyes to change hair color, padding to adjust body shape. Small pouches sewn into sleeves held tools of deception, seal stamps, forged documents, coins, powders to simulate illness, and in rare cases, makeup to feign bruises or boils. Even posture was a tool, a limping gait, a hunched back, a slow shuffle with eyes downcast. Each step was choreography, but even with all the tools, it was the acting that held the disguise together. Shinobi trained under storytellers, kabuki actors, and monks who specialized in public speaking. They learned to modulate their voices, to feign emotion, to cry on command, or shake with believable fear. They studied the psychology of persuasion, how to speak with urgency, how to evoke sympathy, how to redirect suspicion. Deception extended beyond disguise. In operations, ninjas were trained to plant false evidence, leak misinformation, and sow discord. A shinobi might pose as a disgruntled retainer, spreading rumors about an upcoming betrayal, or as a gossiping servant, accidentally revealing confidential troop movements that led an enemy into an ambush. Lies were crafted like poetry, layered with truth, crafted with precision, and delivered with absolute conviction. Sometimes deception required sacrifice. A shinobi might allow himself to be captured in order to mislead an enemy, endure beatings to sell a false identity, or feign injury or madness to avoid suspicion. There were even instances where two shinobi would play opposite sides, one feeding false information to a daimyo, while the other posed as a prisoner, confirming it under torture. It was a deadly game, but one played with excellence. Some were trained specifically in seduction and emotional manipulation, especially female shinobi, or kunoichi. They learned how to read body language, how to earn trust quickly, how to become indispensable to a target. These skills were not about lust or pleasure, but control, used sparingly, surgically, and with clear purpose. But the most dangerous aspect of all this training was its toll on identity. A ninja who spent months, even years, living as someone else could begin to lose the sense of self. To counter this, clans enforced rituals to re-anchor their operatives, quiet meditations, reunions with mentors, symbols kept hidden beneath disguises. Some carried small tokens, carved stones, family emblems, or etched beads, as reminders of who they truly were beneath the masks. In rare cases, a shinobi could lose their real name entirely. They would live under assumed identities for so long that their old life faded into fiction. These were the ghosts of the shinobi world, haunting enemy courts, manipulating generals, vanishing before truth could find them. And yet, this mastery of illusion is what made the ninja so terrifying to their enemies. A sword you could see could be parried, but a lie, a rumor, a servant who listened too well, a sickly monk who never blinked. That was the true weapon. The world of the ninja was not shaped by the gleaming, ceremonial katana or the clanging roar of armored cavalry. It was carved in silence, honed in darkness, and shaped by ingenuity. The shinobi's weapons were not designed to dazzle. They were designed to kill quietly, to confuse, to trap, to mislead, and to ensure that a mission ended before a fight ever began. Weapons training was as much about the mindset behind the weapon as the weapon itself. A ninja was not trained to admire his tools. He was taught to understand their limits, their noise, their weight, their concealability, and most importantly, how to replace them with anything at hand. The first principle in a shinobi's weapons education was that anything could be a weapon. A farm tool, a folded fan, a rice bowl. Improvisation was sacred. A shinobi could turn a hairpin into a stabbing tool, a sandal into a flail, a bamboo flute into a blowgun, or a rope belt into a strangulation cord. If caught unarmed, they were never defenseless. Their weapon was their mind, sharp, flexible, always scanning the environment for what could be used. That said, there were specialized weapons unique to shinobi practice, each chosen for its efficiency, concealability, and silence. Chief among them was the ninjato, a straight-bladed sword, often shorter than a traditional katana. Unlike the highly polished samurai blades, the ninja's sword was functional, easy to draw in tight spaces, and often used as a tool rather than a status symbol. Its sheath might serve as a breathing tube, blowgun, or grappling hook handle. Some blades had serrated backs for climbing walls or soaring through ropes. Another iconic weapon was the shuriken, throwing stars of various shapes and sizes, used less for killing and more for distraction, injury, or harassing opponents. They were often dipped in poison or shaped to rattle when thrown, creating misleading sound directions. A shinobi might carry several types in hidden compartments sewn into their sleeves or sashes. While rarely fatal, they were effective in creating confusion, hesitation, or retreat, which was often all the ninja needed. Kunai, small multi-purpose blades, were perhaps more practical than shuriken. They could be thrown, stabbed, dug with, or used as pitons in climbing. Made from simple iron, they were expendable and easy to replace. Some kunai were blunted deliberately, designed to wound rather than kill, or to break bones without puncturing skin. The ninja also made extensive use of chain weapons, such as the kusarigama, a sickle attached to a chain and weight. It was a versatile, if difficult tool, requiring coordination and timing. The chain could entangle a sword, trip an enemy, or disarm a guard, while the sickle could finish the job. Others trained with manriki gusari, a simple weighted chain, which could be hidden in a sleeve and used for strangulation, disabling limbs, or breaking bone. Traps and mechanical devices were another area of expertise. The ninja trained in crafting snares, deadfalls, spike pits, and tripwire alarms. Their ingenuity in this realm was born of necessity, especially when outnumbered or defending a hiding place. A shinobi might coat a blade in a paralyzing toxin derived from aconite or monkshood, or plant sharpened bamboo spikes smeared with infectious substances. Some crafted flame traps that ignited from hidden fuses, or explosive powders that blinded and disoriented in confined spaces. Smoke bombs, or metsubushi, were used not just to escape, but to create chaos. Contrary to dramatic portrayals, these were not black clouds of thick smog, but targeted bursts of powdered pepper, ash, and ground irritants that caused coughing, tearing, and momentary disorientation. Deployed quickly, they gave the shinobi a window, no more than a few seconds, to vanish, strike, or reposition. Training in silent killing was approached with clinical seriousness. The shinobi was not trained to fight wars. They were trained to end them. Fast, quiet, clean, chokeholds, blade angles, pressure point strikes, and garroting were studied in exhausting repetition. They learned the weak points of armor, the soft spots of the human neck, the ribs, the kidneys, how to puncture a lung with minimal sound, how to kill a sleeping guard in one movement without spatter. Precision mattered more than strength. In some rare cases, the shinobi carried specialty tools, collapsible ladders, clawed gloves for climbing, tekokage, or ashiko, metal foot claws for traction. Some even used tools to mimic animal sounds, mislead guards, or signal partners covertly. And yet, the most important lesson in weapons training was this: the best weapon is not used at all. A true ninja avoided confrontation. If the target could be removed through poison, suggestion, or a natural accident, that path was preferred. Blades were for emergencies, not solutions. Above all, ninja were taught detachment. No weapon was sacred. If a sword was too heavy for a roof crawl, it was abandoned. If a throwing knife risked making too much sound, it was not thrown. Pride was the enemy. Precision was king. Their training left them with no romantic illusions. They were not dueling champions. They were problem solvers, engineers of silence, strategists of shadows, and their weapons, whether forged in iron or fashioned from bamboo, were never the stars of the show. They were merely tools in the hands of those who had made invisibility into an art. The greatest victories of the ninja were never celebrated, never recorded in history books, and often not even recognized as acts of war, because by the time anyone realized they had occurred, the shinobi was already gone. No battlefield, no banners, just silence and a missing scroll, a sabotaged supply chain, or a dead lord found in his chamber with the door still locked from within. This was the pinnacle of the shinobi craft: infiltration, entering undetected, observing unseen, altering outcomes without ever lifting a blade. To infiltrate was to become wind, slipping through cracks, a shadow folding into stone, a breath stolen in the hush of night. The training for such feats was extensive, methodical, and refined through centuries of trial and death. No detail was too small, no sound too trivial. Movement was studied as a language, and silence as its grammar. The first principle was preparation. A shinobi never approached a location without knowledge. For days, even weeks, they might observe the target from afar, watching guard patterns, noting who lit which lantern, how dogs barked at strangers, how wind moved through the compound at different times of day. They watched the servants as closely as the samurai, for it was often the unnoticed handmaiden or stable boy who held the real keys to entry. Maps were drawn in memory, not only of walls and rooms, but of floor sounds, loose stones, creaky stair planks, and light patterns through windows. Even how sake flowed in the halls, who drank where and when, was noted because drunkenness created gaps in vigilance. Then came approach. The shinobi did not sprint across open fields. They moved with the terrain, along ditches, beneath bridges, using the moon's position to avoid casting long shadows. If a path crossed gravel, they might scatter a soft layer of rice husks beforehand. If a dog barked, they had herbs to dull its senses or redirect its attention. Clothing was minimized. Tight, muted garments made from quiet woven fabrics. No jingling buckles, no reflective surfaces. Even their breathing was trained to be shallow, silent, and timed with ambient noise. Wind, rustling leaves, water drips. They were not walking. They were flowing. Entry depended on the structure. A roof tile might be lifted. A drainage channel crawled through. A wall crept over, using climbing claws. Ninja were trained to measure door gaps with a glance, to test a screen's noise by its weave. They carried tools, thin pry bars, wedges made of rice paper for soundless insertion, and small padded shoes that muffled even their footfalls across polished floors. When crawling, they hugged the edges of rooms, where the floorboards were thickest and least likely to creak. If they stepped, it was heel to toe, distributing weight precisely. Hands remained open and out to the sides, not for balance alone, but to catch falling objects before they hit the ground. Nothing was left to chance. A misplaced breath, a shifted pot, even a sneeze from a servant nearby could compromise the mission. Within enemy compounds, a shinobi became a reader of stillness. Which doors had dust undisturbed? Which scrolls were opened recently? Which candle had burned too short for the hour? They could detect recent presence by smell, smoke, perfume, blood. Their senses were sharpened not to detect motion, but the absence of what should be. Disguises were sometimes used even within the infiltration. A shinobi might dress as a drunken guest, stumbling past guards with slurred words and staged hiccups, or as a maid, entering with a tray of food, only to poison a cup and vanish before the meal began. Every role was assumed flawlessly. The voice, the posture, the blink rate, everything rehearsed and deployed with confidence. Escape was always part of the plan. There was no such thing as a one-way mission unless it was a sacrifice by design. Exit routes were mapped with as much care as entries. Rope ladders hidden under eaves, loosened floorboards over tunnels, even diversion traps, such as smoke powder tied to a burning incense stick, timed to go off across the compound while the ninja fled in the opposite direction. And when the mission was complete, be it message stolen, document altered, lock changed, or a life ended, there was no celebration. The ninja would return to the dark, washing off the disguise, burning the garb, eating a small, silent meal of rice and dried fish, and sleeping under a floor or inside a hayloft as if nothing had happened. The art of infiltration was not about drama. It was about vanishing while present, touching the world without leaving a trace, and rewriting the future without leaving your name in it. It was this mastery, not brute strength, that made the ninja the most feared and misunderstood figure in feudal Japan. In the shadows where the ninja operated, words were dangerous. A spoken phrase could be overheard. A letter could be intercepted. A glance could betray intention. And yet, shinobi missions often involved teamwork, silent coordination between operatives, delivery of precise information, and communication across great distances, sometimes behind enemy lines. To do this safely, they developed a world of communication that was invisible to the untrained eye, a secret language woven from symbols, codes, hand signs, knots, and soundless gestures. The shinobi understood one fundamental truth. Information was the deadliest weapon, and how it was conveyed could determine the success or collapse of an entire mission. So they trained not just to gather intelligence, but to transmit it without being caught. And they began by mastering the language of secrecy. Symbolism was at the heart of their messaging. A folded leaf on a doorstep, a strand of hair across a doorframe, a set of stones arranged like a constellation outside a village wall. Each of these innocuous objects might indicate a meeting time, an enemy's presence, or a path that was no longer safe. These cues were never arbitrary. Each clan had its own symbology, often rooted in nature. Bamboo leaves meant wait, pine needles might mean act, and specific arrangements of cherry blossoms could mean kill. To the common villager or passing guard, such details would mean nothing. But to the trained eye, they were whispers in daylight, a language hidden in the ordinary. Then there were codes within written texts. When documents were required, shinobi used clever variations of steganography, hiding messages in plain sight. A love poem might be sent to a noblewoman, but the real message lay in every third kanji. A merchant's inventory could conceal troop movements using number substitutions. They wrote in spirals, in grids, or using invisible ink made from rice water or crushed herbs, visible only under heat or moonlight. Even the way a scroll was tied might indicate urgency or secrecy. Another method involved the use of knots, a form known as musubi jutsu. Messages were sometimes embedded in the type and pattern of knots, tied into cords on clothing, door handles, or even hair. A certain number of twists, a loop to the left instead of right. These small variations communicated meaning across great distances. When agents passed each other in the market, a simple touch of a knotted sash could transfer an entire sentence. Hand gestures and body movements also played a crucial role. These silent signs, sometimes derived from the esoteric Buddhist tradition of mudras, allowed ninja to convey instructions instantly, without a word. A flick of two fingers might mean follow me. A hand raised with palm facing down could mean stay hidden, while drawing a circle in the air meant the path is clear. These signs were used in darkness, at distance, or even in disguise, passed between seemingly unrelated individuals. To support this, shinobi trained extensively in peripheral awareness, the ability to read gestures without turning one's head. They could receive instructions from a glance across a room or the slight tilt of a comrade's head. Their lives depended on such awareness. When more distant communication was required, shinobi used coded sounds. Bird calls were mimicked with shocking accuracy, not to charm nature, but to signal human intention. A crow's cry in the morning might mean, "I have entered," while an owl's hoot at dusk could mean, "Enemy near." Even pebbles thrown in specific rhythm patterns against wood or water served as subtle alarms. Fire signals, though riskier, were used in dire situations. Small, controlled blazes on mountaintops or rooftops using specific fuel types that produced unique smoke patterns. Colored powders could tint the smoke to send predefined meanings. But this was reserved for large-scale missions where multiple teams had to act in synchrony. Sometimes, signals were built into clothing itself. A shinobi might wear a sash with a particular weave, indicating rank or mission type to another ninja. Colors of thread, where red was reserved for diversion units, and blue for infiltration specialists, could be used in situations where verbal contact was impossible. In emergencies, even facial expression was encoded, slight tightening around the eyes, a clenched jaw, a raised eyebrow. Pairs who trained together for years could conduct entire exchanges through facial shifts alone. It wasn't just efficiency, it was survival. Of course, every method had its risks. A signal too well used could be decoded. A message too plain could be compromised. So ninja clans rotated their codes frequently, using seasonal changes, clan anniversaries, or natural events as reset markers. What meant danger in spring might mean go ahead in summer. This fluidity made interception all but useless to enemies unfamiliar with the code's living rhythm. To outside observers, ninja communication seemed like intuition or magic, operatives moving in unison without speaking, altering plans mid-mission, appearing to sense danger before it occurred. But it wasn't magic. It was decades of shared language, refined through necessity and silence. In the end, the shinobi's mastery of communication was not about technology or complexity. It was about trust, precision, and invisibility. The message passed, the mission completed, and no one ever knew a word had been spoken. In the histories written by samurai scribes and preserved in official scrolls, the world of warfare was painted in masculine strokes, armor-clad men, blades clashing, honor on display. But within the silent corridors of espionage, another story unfolded. One written not in blood-soaked banners, but in perfume, veiled eyes, and whispered influence. It was the story of the kunoichi, female practitioners of ninjutsu, who wielded silence, deception, and intelligence with deadly precision. The kunoichi was not a side shadow to the male shinobi. She was his equal, trained differently, deployed with precision, and often more dangerous in her subtlety. While male ninja infiltrated rooftops and walls, the kunoichi infiltrated hearts, households, and courtrooms. Her battlefield was emotion, her weapon charm, and her presence so unassuming that most victims never knew they had been touched by a blade at all. From childhood, girls born into shinobi families were trained alongside their brothers, but with a different emphasis. They learned the same basics: stealth, observation, endurance. But their training placed greater focus on manipulation, persuasion, disguise, and adaptability. A kunoichi was taught not only how to listen, but how to draw out secrets, to smile while gathering information, to soothe while deceiving, to bleed without showing pain. Unlike male operatives, who often posed as monks, merchants, or peasants, the kunoichi's disguises were more intimate. She became the servant girl, the traveling midwife, the entertainer, the noble lady's companion. She studied court etiquette, regional dialects, feminine customs, and emotional psychology. She could serve tea with perfect grace in the morning and poison a cup without hesitation in the evening. Makeup was a tool of her craft. Scented powders, rouge, and hairpins all carried meaning and sometimes danger. A decorative comb might hide a slender needle. A silk sleeve might conceal a letter or blade. Even perfume could be laced with herbs that caused dizziness or drowsiness. Her kimono was often layered with quick-change folds, allowing her to transform into a peasant or pilgrim in a matter of seconds if escape was needed. The kunoichi trained in emotional mimicry. She practiced crying on command, feigning injury, pretending shyness or fear, anything that made her seem vulnerable or forgettable. She knew how to manipulate expectations, to play small, to play weak, to play helpless. And yet, behind the act, she was always calculating. One of her greatest strengths was her access. In an age when women were often underestimated and overlooked by men in power, the kunoichi slipped through the cracks of security. She entered private quarters where male spies would never be allowed. She bathed with the wives of warlords, attended their children, and listened as they gossiped over sake. Secrets spilled freely when no one suspected a listener. But her role was not limited to intelligence. In some cases, kunoichi were tasked with assassination, not with flashy weapons, but with methods nearly impossible to trace. A kiss laced with poison, a hairpin plunged into the base of a skull, a toxic oil rubbed into bedding, death delivered not with a scream, but with a sigh. Some kunoichi were deployed long-term, embedding themselves in a household for months, even years. They might marry a target, bear his children, and only years later receive the order to act. The psychological burden was immense. For this reason, kunoichi were often among the most mentally disciplined operatives. Their loyalty was unshakable, their composure absolute. There were also kunoichi trainers, older women who no longer went on missions, but served as keepers of knowledge. They taught not just technique, but survival, how to lie under pressure, how to escape from bondage, how to manipulate with truth instead of lies, or how to disappear so completely that not even allies could find them. These women were treated with immense respect, revered as mothers of shadows. One such legendary figure was Mochizuki Chiyome, a noblewoman who, according to some accounts, ran an underground kunoichi school in the 16th century under the protection of the Takeda clan, disguised as a residence for orphaned girls. Her school trained young women in espionage, infiltration, and assassination, arming them with knowledge of medicine, theater, seduction, and survival. Many of her students disappeared into Japan's political undercurrents, leaving behind rumors, disappearances, and destabilized lords. But the kunoichi was not only a figure of death, she also specialized in distraction and disruption. During large-scale operations, kunoichi would sometimes pose as dancers or entertainers, causing a ruckus, occupying guards, or creating opportunities for male ninja to infiltrate elsewhere. Their presence was often the first move in a chain of events that brought castles down from within. Still, their existence was deliberately hidden, even by ninja clans. To preserve their usefulness, kunoichi were never acknowledged openly. They became myths, rumors, seductive legends whispered in pillow talk. But their impact was real. They altered treaties, ended bloodlines, prevented wars, and caused others to begin. In the world of ninjutsu, the kunoichi stood as the perfect ghost, unnoticed, underestimated, and unforgettable once unleashed. Where the male shinobi crept through rafters, the kunoichi smiled at the gate and was welcomed inside. And sometimes, the most dangerous place to be was right beside her. To the shinobi, a weapon was not an object of reverence. It was a solution. Tools to fulfill a task, end a threat, buy a moment of time, or vanish without confrontation. Among their many instruments, there were a few that became symbols of their art: the shuriken, the kunai, and the ninjato. These weapons were not chosen for power or prestige, but for practicality. Compact, quiet, efficient, easily hidden, quickly used, and often discarded. The shuriken, perhaps the most iconic and misunderstood, was not a tool of flamboyant violence, but of disruption and distraction. Often crafted from flat metal scraps, old coins, carpentry tools, or repurposed blades. These throwing stars came in multiple shapes: the four-pointed hira shuriken, the needle-like bow shuriken, and even variants shaped like crosses or hexagons. They were not designed for lethal precision, but to surprise, to wound, or to slow. Thrown with a flick of the wrist, a shuriken could catch an enemy's cheek, arm, or leg, inflicting pain and hesitation, and sometimes That moment of pause was all a ninja needed to slip away, advance, or strike elsewhere. More often, these stars were laced with toxins, not necessarily to kill, but to weaken, nauseate, or disorient. In close quarters, a handful could be scattered underfoot to deter pursuit, their sharpened edges cutting through sandals and soles alike. The ninja trained in throwing with both hands, in darkness, and even while in motion. Accuracy was less important than timing and angle, to catch an eye, interrupt a breath, or cause a sword hand to flinch. Some were ground, on only one edge, allowing for better control of spin. Others were symmetrical, designed for silent flight and consistent aerodynamics. They were carried in small leather pouches, sewn into belts or sashes, easy to retrieve and release without alerting those nearby. But if the shuriken was the ninja's whisper, the kunai was its answering breath, a small, thick, leaf-shaped dagger with a ringed pommel. Unlike the thin blades of assassins in fiction, the kunai was multifunctional. A weapon, yes, but also a tool for climbing, digging, prying, and anchoring rope. Some were thrown, but more often they were held in hand, their weight perfect for puncturing leather, slashing rope, or silencing a foe with a quick thrust. The pommel ring allowed a rope or string to be tied through it, transforming the kunai into a grappling tool or a hidden weapon retrievable by string. In emergencies, two kunai could be lashed together into makeshift climbing claws. When concealed beneath a robe, it could be drawn quickly in a tight space, where a full sword would be unwieldy. Unlike ornate daggers or elaborate tanto, the kunai was rugged, iron, not steel, forged for utility, not display. Ninja trainees practiced with wooden replicas before graduating to steel. They learned to rotate the weapon in the palm, to throw underhand, and to strike pressure points at short range. They also learned defensive use, blocking sword strikes with the flat side, or catching a blade momentarily to counterstrike. And then there was the ninjato, the straight-bladed short sword, shrouded in both legend and practicality. Unlike the elegant curve of the katana, the ninjato was forged for function, compact enough to be carried across the back or under robes, straight for easier concealment and faster draw in tight spaces. Its square guard was often used as a step during climbs, braced against walls or roofs to give leverage. Many ninjato were crafted with hollow scabbards, hiding secret tools, blow darts, scrolls, powders. Some sheaths were fitted with breathing tubes to allow underwater concealment. Others had hidden compartments for poisons or caltrops. The sword's simplicity was its genius. It could cut, pry, dig, or stab, and it lacked the ornate fittings that made a katana glitter under torchlight. Unlike the samurai, who viewed the sword as an extension of their soul, the shinobi viewed it as a temporary tool. They were trained not to bond with the weapon, but to abandon it when needed, replace it, or repurpose it. Their reverence lay in survival, not ceremony. Combat drills with the ninjato emphasized efficiency over flourish. Fast, low cuts to legs and joints, counter-strikes to exposed limbs, defensive redirection, using the flat of the blade to guide an attacker's momentum away. The ninja did not duel. They ended conflict quickly. Often the draw was the strike, a sudden flash, a silent fall, a rapid departure. Importantly, these traditional weapons were rarely carried together in full. A shinobi chose tools based on the mission. A distraction in a market, shuriken and powder. A climb over a castle wall, kunai and rope. An infiltration through tight quarters? Ninjato and throwing needles. Loadouts were minimalist, designed for speed and stealth. Anything that clanked, reflected light, or slowed movement was left behind. In addition to their primary weapons, shinobi often carried improvised gear, small firecrackers for noise, iron sand to blind pursuers, miniature smoke bombs, or razor-thin garrotes hidden in cords. Some even carried caltrops in leather pouches, which could be tossed to delay pursuers. In the end, the weapons of the ninja were not famed for elegance or legend. They were remembered because they worked, in silence, in darkness, in places where honor was not worn on one's sleeve, but buried deep in the mud. And when they were used, they left no songs behind, only results. For the ninja, the act of escape was not an admission of weakness. It was proof of mastery. Survival, after all, was the only true measure of success. A mission could be incomplete, a target spared, but if the ninja returned alive with information, the war could still be won. And so, while others trained to stand their ground, the shinobi trained to vanish, not just into the night, but into thin air, into legend, into doubt. Escape was not a last resort. It was a planned phase of every mission. From the moment a shinobi entered an enemy compound, their exit was already calculated. Multiple routes, contingency tools, diversions, and most of all, absolute calm. To escape was to dissolve into the environment, and to do that, the ninja required a vast arsenal of tools, each crafted for confusion, delay, and disappearance. Perhaps the most famous of these was the smoke bomb, or metsubushi, a term meaning eye closer. But unlike the cinematic clouds of black billowing fog, real ninja smoke bombs were precise, targeted, and chemical in nature. Rather than a theatrical escape tool, they were designed to blind, choke, and mislead. A typical metsubushi device could be a hollowed-out egg, a small clay ball, or a bamboo tube filled with fine irritant powders, ash, ground pepper, chalk, or even crushed glass mixed with herbs. When crushed, hurled, or burst, these powders caused coughing, stinging eyes, and confusion. In small spaces like corridors or rooms, a single burst could incapacitate multiple enemies, long enough for the shinobi to escape or strike. Some formulas included flame-reactive agents, producing colored smoke to signal allies or to create visual misdirection. Red smoke might indicate a decoy mission, while white signaled extraction. Others were designed to ignite with a fuse or friction, making them deployable even while fleeing. Complementing the smoke bombs were spikes, small, caltrop-like tools scattered to hinder pursuit. Made of iron or sharpened bamboo, these makibishi always landed with one point facing upward. Simple and brutal, they were especially effective against barefoot pursuers or those in straw sandals. Thrown behind during a chase, they forced enemies to hesitate or slow, allowing precious seconds for escape. Shinobi carried makibishi in pouches tied to their thighs or sewn into the lining of their robes. Some carried them in breakable ceramic containers that, when dropped, shattered and scattered the spikes instantly. Training included knowing how to run without stepping on your own traps, and even how to walk over them with special sandals or known footpaths in the dark. Another indispensable tool of escape was the grappling hook, or kaginawa, a multi-pronged metal hook tied to a long rope. Though simple in appearance, the kaginawa was extremely versatile. It could be used to scale walls, swing across gaps, create a makeshift trap, or even retrieve objects from a distance. Shinobi trained for hours with the hook, learning to throw it with accuracy, judge weight and tension, and climb silently. Some ropes were made of twisted silk or horsehair, strong, light, and nearly soundless. Others were coated in mud or ash to reduce visibility at night. Hooks were crafted with collapsible arms or disguised tips, allowing them to be concealed when carried. In urban environments, shinobi used walls, rooftops, and drainage systems as escape routes. Rope ladders could be deployed and retrieved in seconds. Chimneys, wells, and even riverways served as unexpected exits. Many missions included pre-staging escape tools, burying ropes in hay, planting extra clothing under floorboards, or loosening tiles along a roof edge for a faster descent. For underwater escape, shinobi carried bamboo breathing tubes, small enough to be hidden in a sash. These allowed them to lie submerged in a stream or pond for minutes at a time. They also trained to hold their breath longer than normal, submerge without splash, and swim silently in full clothing. Occasionally, fire itself was used as a weapon of escape. A small oil vial and tinder thrown against a wall or onto supplies could create chaos. In darkness, a sudden blaze could distract dozens. Some shinobi carried coals, wrapped in paper, pre-lit, and sealed for later ignition with minimal effort. They didn't fear the fire, they controlled it. Shinobi also used mirrors, lantern tricks, and sound devices. A polished metal disc could reflect moonlight to a distant ally. A thrown rock could mimic footsteps. A whistling reed planted under a floorboard could lure guards away. Their creativity had no limits. Perhaps the most impressive escape tool, however, was the body itself. Shinobi were trained to fake unconsciousness, simulate injury, or play dead convincingly enough to be discarded or overlooked. In extreme cases, they might even feign capture to escape under a different guise later. This level of performance, combined with physical endurance, allowed them to survive what others could not. No matter the method, the goal was the same. Do not engage unless necessary, do not leave evidence, and do not be followed. In their silent world, victory wasn't in defeating an enemy face to face. It was in not being seen at all. And when the trap was sprung, when the powder clouded the air, and when the scream of surprise echoed through the night, the ninja was already gone. Nothing left but footprints leading to nowhere. To strike with steel was noisy, risky, and often final, but to strike with poison, that was the realm of the truly skilled. For the shinobi, mastery of toxins was not only about death, it was about control, manipulation, and the quiet power of the unseen hand. It was a science whispered through generations, learned from monks, herbalists, and nature itself. In the hands of the ninja, poison became both shield and sword. From the earliest days of training, shinobi were taught to see the natural world as an apothecary of opportunity. The mountains of Iga and the forests of Koga held more than trails and cover. They held plants with sap that blistered, berries that numbed, mushrooms that clouded the mind, and roots that stopped hearts in silence. The knowledge was passed from mouth to ear, often in coded riddles. A child might be told a bedtime story about a fox that fell asleep beside a blue flower and never woke. The next day, that flower was harvested, dried, and ground into powder. Its name was not written in scrolls. Its use was remembered in scars. Shinobi learned the difference between poison and medicine, not by what was used, but how, when, and how much. The same root that could calm a fever in small amounts could paralyze in larger doses. A pinch could soothe a child. A palmful could silence a daimyo. Their poisons fell into several categories. Paralytics. These were designed not to kill, but to immobilize, often used on guard dogs, sentries, or targets that needed to be interrogated later. Extracts from monkshood, aconite, wolfsbane, or even certain frogs were applied to needles, blades, or hidden in food. A paralytic victim would feel a tingling in the limbs, a slowing of breath, and collapse within minutes, alive but helpless. Hallucinogens and deliriants. Used to confuse or disorient, these were typically delivered via incense, food, or topical application. Datura flowers, certain mushrooms, or powdered seeds caused dizziness, blurred vision, and irrational behavior. In a heavily guarded compound, making a few men believe they saw spirits or enemy soldiers could be more effective than a blade. Sedatives and sleep agents, the quietest weapons of all. Shinobi crafted sleep-inducing concoctions from poppy, mandrake, or valerian root. Mixed into tea, sake, or soup, they could knock out an entire household for hours. Sometimes, the ninja would coat door handles or bedding with an absorbent paste that induced drowsiness on contact. This method allowed for complete infiltration without bloodshed. Lethal toxins. These were used sparingly for high-value targets. Swift-acting poisons were made from deadly nightshade, hemlock, or even snake venom. Some were designed to mimic illness, causing vomiting, fever, or collapse. Others killed quickly and quietly, stopping the heart or lungs in minutes. The goal was always discretion. A lord who died in his sleep of natural causes was preferable to one stabbed in his hall. Poison delivery was an art in itself. Blades were often coated in toxins before missions, especially kunai or arrowheads. Needles hidden in fans or hairpins could deliver a microdose to a passing arm. Inks used in letters might poison those who licked the seal. Even the steam from a cup of tea could carry powdered toxins under the right conditions. Shinobi also practiced reverse poisoning, consuming small amounts of toxins over time to build resistance. This allowed them to feign death or survive assassination attempts. In extreme cases, a ninja might carry a suicide pill, a final tool to protect their clan if capture was inevitable. Some even used false teeth filled with crushed cyanide alternatives that could be bitten down on in desperation. But where poison destroyed, medicine preserved. A ninja was also a healer, especially when operating deep behind enemy lines. They carried bundles of herbs, poultices, and salves, knowing how to treat wounds, stop bleeding, reduce fever, and stave off infection. They learned to treat their comrades, or themselves, when no other help would come. Medicinal skills also allowed them to pose as healers, or traveling apothecaries, gaining access to towns, castles, and camps. A sick child could be the key to a guarded fortress. A curing shinobi might enter freely, observe layouts, and return later with far deadlier intent. Their pouches were miniature field hospitals, dried moss to pack wounds, miso paste to neutralize mild toxins, crushed ginger for nausea, charcoal powder for poison absorption, salt and vinegar mixtures for cleaning cuts, rice, bran to reduce inflammation, oiled silk to wrap and seal injuries silently. They even crafted emergency stimulants, herbal mixtures that could revive someone from unconsciousness, stop bleeding, or keep a shinobi alert for hours beyond fatigue. Used sparingly, these remedies bought just enough time to complete a mission, or to escape. Yet all of it, death and healing, was governed by the same rule: use what is needed, and only what is needed. There was no pride in poisoning, no emotion in medicine, only purpose, only outcome. The shinobi's knowledge of the body, how to break it, how to preserve it, was unparalleled. It made them doctors and executioners, saviors and shadows. And though their enemies feared their blades, what they truly feared was what they could not see. A smile, a touch, a sip, a scent. For in the world of the ninja, the deadliest enemy might already be in your chamber, serving your tea and waiting. The ninja did not disappear through magic. They disappeared through mastery of perception, the delicate manipulation of light, shadow, motion, and expectation. While legends tell of warriors melting into walls or vanishing in a puff of smoke, the truth was far more impressive. The ninja trained themselves to move unseen in plain sight, and their camouflage was not merely physical, but psychological. In the popular imagination, the shinobi wears black, pitch black, head to toe, vanishing like ink into the night. But in reality, pure black was rarely used. True black casts sharp silhouettes, especially under moonlight. It reflects more light than deep blue or charcoal. The ninja understood this and adapted their attire with precision to blend, not contrast. Their nightwear, known as shinobi shozoku, was most commonly dyed in dark blues, browns or grays. These colors were better suited to moonlit environments, forests, or the earth tones of rooftops and fields. Even white was used in snowy terrain, and sandy ochres in desert or temple missions. The color wasn't chosen for drama. It was chosen based on the environment, season, and expected lighting. The garments were tightly fitted, but allowed for complete mobility. Loose folds made noise. Dangling fabrics could snag or catch attention. So the ninja wore wrapped garments, fitted sleeves, soft-soled sandals called jikatabi, and close-fitting hoods that covered the head and often the lower face. Even the soles of their shoes were designed to muffle footsteps and grip silently on wood, stone, or tile. In addition to basic concealment, ninja employed color psychology, an understanding of how humans notice and remember colors. Bright colors drew attention, contrasting ones stuck in memory. A figure in dark red against a bamboo wall would be remembered, but a figure in dark blue, matching the tone of shadow, would fade from recollection, even if seen. The ninja counted on this lapse of human perception. During daylight missions, the shinobi did not dress in dark hues at all. Instead, they wore costumes to blend into crowds: farmers, monks, deliverymen, ash-covered beggars. Their camouflage was the expectation of the observer. They learned how people failed to see what they believed was ordinary. A man bent over sweeping might be ignored. A merchant carrying rice sacks might go unquestioned. A servant bowing politely was just part of the background. The shinobi also practiced adaptive posture and gait. How a person walked could draw as much attention as what they wore. They studied the movements of the elderly, the injured, the noble, and the meek, mimicking them precisely. A confident stride in servants' robes was suspicious, but a shuffle, a stoop, a yawn, these made the ninja invisible. In open environments, the ninja used natural elements for cover. Mud, soot, crushed leaves, or charcoal were applied to exposed skin. On missions through foliage, They carried camouflage netting, embedded with twigs and moss. They used tree shadows, roof overhangs, even bundles of hay to break their silhouette. And silhouette was everything. Human eyes are trained to detect outline before detail. The ninja broke up their form with angled clothing folds, partial face coverings, and hand positions that made their limbs appear asymmetrical. A straight-standing man is visible. A crouched figure, broken into odd angles and tucked in shadow, might be mistaken for a pile of crates. One of their most advanced skills was motion camouflage, the ability to move only when not observed. Ninja trained to synchronize their steps with natural sounds, wind gusts, bird calls, footsteps of others. In a courtyard of rustling leaves, a shinobi could cross an entire path between two guards by moving with the wind. Stillness was just as important. They could remain unmoving for hours, even in uncomfortable positions, waiting for the perfect moment to slip through a doorway or across a hall. Their breath control, muscle relaxation, and body tension were trained so finely that even when dogs sniffed near, they could remain perfectly still and unscented. Some missions required full-body camouflage, including the use of props, carrying baskets large enough to hide inside, traveling as part of a funeral procession, or rolling in with merchant carts. The ninja would ride concealed, strike silently, and disappear again as the cart moved on. At night, they took advantage of light blindness. A guard stepping out of a well-lit room was nearly blind in the dark for several seconds. That moment, anticipated and planned for, was enough for a shinobi to pass across a hall. They studied light angles, shadow fall, and even mirror use, occasionally redirecting light or reflections to blind or confuse observers. In rare cases, camouflage went beyond color and posture. It extended into smell. Ninja masked their scent with wood ash, crushed pine needles, or even dog fur rubbed onto clothing. This helped evade guard dogs, or trick them into thinking the intruder was familiar. Ultimately, the art of camouflage was not about hiding behind something, but about becoming nothing, to walk through a populated area and not be remembered, to pass before someone's eyes and leave no trace in their mind, to move like wind beneath a tree, like a shadow along a wall, felt, perhaps, but never seen. The shinobi understood that visibility wasn't only about color or motion, it was about attention. And when all eyes looked outward toward armies and banners, the ninja stepped through the center unseen, because they knew the most effective camouflage was not darkness. It was misdirection. The ninja did not march in columns or follow roads marked by banners and milestones. They moved through the hidden veins of the land, paths no one remembered, routes no one suspected, and networks so invisible that even castles sat atop them unaware. Where others saw only mountains, rivers, and villages, the shinobi saw doors, bridges, and tunnels. Their map was not just on paper. It was written into their minds and carved into the memory of stone, wind, and tree. A shinobi's map was a living document, not just lines and distances, but scent trails, light patterns, dog patrol paths, roof tile spacing, echo behavior inside stone corridors, and sun position during infiltration hours. Unlike a general's battlefield chart, a ninja's map included things that could only be learned by being there, by crawling, climbing, watching, and sometimes waiting for days in silence just to track a single changing detail. These maps were often memorized rather than carried. If they were committed to paper, they were encoded, drawn as garden layouts, merchant route diagrams, or even children's games. A daisy's petal might represent a guard tower. The number of stones in a pond could indicate steps to a hidden entrance. If intercepted, the map would seem innocent. Only a trained eye could read it. Even without paper, the shinobi could map a territory through repetition and pattern recognition. They memorized the sound of steps on different tiles. They counted the breaths it took to reach from one wall to another. They measured hallways by the echoes of their own heartbeat. To move through these secret paths, the ninja relied on their second great tool, ropes. Ropes were everything. Silk ropes, light, durable, and quiet, were prized for stealth missions. Horsehair ropes were stronger and resisted fraying. Each ninja carried coils in their sleeves, waists, or hidden within travel packs. Some were knotted in advance for climbing. Others were left unknotted for custom rigging on the fly. They used ropes to scale walls or trees, descend silently from rooftops, create pulley systems for transporting gear, lash doors open or shut, construct trip traps or nooses, bind targets or carry injured allies, and sometimes to escape from capture. Training with ropes was meticulous. A shinobi learned to tie blindfolded, to coil without tangle, and to deploy silently. They could throw a grappling hook with the precision of a dagger, or anchor a line without anyone hearing the knot bite. Hooks were often designed to catch silently, with padded or rubber-wrapped claws to muffle metal on stone. In the field, ninja pre-rigged rope ladders in wells, rolled ropes into hollowed bamboo shoots, or buried them near infiltration points. Some ropes were disguised as sashes, belts, or ceremonial cords, easily repurposed when the moment arrived. To an enemy, they looked like ordinary cloth. To the shinobi, they were lifelines. But even more important than the maps or ropes were the paths themselves, the secret arteries of the shinobi world. The ninja maintained networks of hidden trails, tunnel systems, and unofficial footpaths that cut across mountains, under fields, and through the outskirts of enemy territories. Some were ancient hunter tracks. Others were deliberately constructed, a tunnel under a rice paddy, a footpath masked by shrubs, a hollowed tree trunk forming a bridge over a narrow ravine. These paths were memorized and protected. Only trusted clan members knew them fully. Some were rigged with alarms, thin threads tied to bells, or carved notches that would show if disturbed. Others included emergency supply caches, dry rations, spare clothes, disguise kits, or herbal medicines stashed in hollow stones or bamboo stalks. During larger missions, shinobi operatives used these secret paths to coordinate across great distances. A team might enter a castle from 3 directions, all timed to the same moon phase, using tunnels and trails no guard could detect. Sometimes they would vanish into a path within the enemy fortress itself, a forgotten vent, an unused well, a space between walls built generations earlier. Even urban areas held secret routes. Ninja learned the spaces between buildings, the flow of foot traffic, the habits of night watchmen. They mapped drainage ditches, courtyard shadows, bamboo scaffolding, and the rooftop lattices of temples and townhouses. A city at night was a shinobi playground, every alley a corridor, every rooftop a hallway. In temples, they sometimes used underground tunnels built by monks for ritual movement or defense. In castles, Disused servant corridors became infiltration paths, and in forests, animal trails were followed, extended, and mapped until the ninja could move for days without touching a road. Some of these secret routes became legendary, so well hidden and so critical that only a handful of operatives ever knew their full layout. These were passed down like sacred scrolls, not on paper, but in memory, from master to student, never spoken aloud. And when a ninja disappeared, when an enemy searched for hours and found no trace, when the alarm bells rang and no one knew from where the shadow came or where it fled, it was often because of these silent highways. They weren't carved by blade or hammer. They were carved by silence, patience, and understanding of terrain deeper than any general could imagine. In the end, maps could be burned, ropes could fray, but the secret paths of the shinobi endured, not because they were hidden from the world, but because the world never thought to look. Legends speak of ninjas who dissolved into mist, vanished in mid-leap, or became invisible by sheer will. To the common people of feudal Japan, the ninja wasn't simply a warrior in shadows. He was a phantom, a myth wrapped in silk, capable of walking through walls and vanishing like a ghost before sunrise. Children whispered about them, soldiers feared them, lords obsessed over them. But the question lingered then, as it does now. Did ninjas really vanish? The truth, like everything about the shinobi, is far more fascinating than fiction, because while they did not disappear in a puff of smoke, they did something far more difficult. They mastered how to disappear in plain sight. To understand how this myth began, one must first recognize the psychological warfare that the ninja employed. Every technique, every tool, every costume, and every silence was designed not only for infiltration, but to make the enemy question reality itself. A shinobi mission was not just about achieving the objective, it was about leaving behind confusion, fear, and doubt. If a lord was found dead in a room with locked doors and no sign of entry, whispers of vanishing assassins would spread faster than truth. If guards reported seeing movement, then finding nothing, they began to suspect the supernatural. The shinobi encouraged these beliefs, not because they were magic, but because they understood the power of belief. So how did these illusions work? Most ninja activity occurred at dusk, midnight, or pre-dawn, the moments when human vision was most unreliable. They studied the moon's phases, choosing nights with thin cloud cover or no moonlight at all. Shadows were allies, and movement was synchronized with gusts of wind, distant thunder, or the chirp of insects. To an observer struggling to adjust his eyes, the shinobi did seem to vanish. Ninjas rarely fled in a straight line. They used Z-shaped escape patterns, vanished behind obstacles, dove into foliage, or leaped onto rooftops just out of sight. But most importantly, they left decoys, a noise behind the enemy, a sudden burst of light or sound, a tossed object meant to draw the eye. While the eye tracked the decoy, the shinobi stepped in the opposite direction. The use of metsubushi, powdered irritants and smoke bombs, fed directly into the myth. These weren't explosive clouds. They were targeted bursts of ash, lime, or pepper that caused temporary blindness, coughing, and chaos. In that brief confusion, the ninja moved. To a victim rubbing their eyes or choking, it felt like the attacker had disappeared. Later, in their story, that's exactly what happened. A shinobi might appear in black robes one moment, and moments later walk calmly away in white peasant garb. They trained to change clothing in seconds, using reversible outfits, layered disguises, or hiding garb beneath cloaks. Some removed hoods and face coverings as they fled into a crowd, instantly transforming from predator to pedestrian. To witnesses, the man simply ceased to exist. The ninja were masters at using their surroundings: a wall with deep shadow, a pile of wood, the space beneath a floorboard. These became their cloaks. They learned how to match posture, stillness, and silhouette to their background. They didn't need to be invisible. They needed to be overlooked. The myth of vanishing was something the ninja cultivated deliberately. They fed rumors, manipulated superstitions, and sometimes allowed themselves to be seen in order to create fear. A well-placed whisper in a tavern, or the discovery of a mysterious tool, ensured that the enemy saw not a man, but a demon in human form. And so, when people asked, "Did you see the ninja?" the answers varied wildly. Some claimed they saw eyes in the darkness. Others said the killer came through the ceiling, or that he vanished into the earth. The reality: he slipped through Sinasu, the door while no one was looking, changed into a servant's robe, and walked out with a tray of tea. The shinobi understood something that modern magicians still use. The brain is easily misled, especially when it wants to believe in the impossible. To those in castles and villages, the ninja did vanish, because no one ever saw them arrive. No one ever saw them leave. And when they did catch a glimpse, it was often too late. But the truth, the real truth, was that the ninja didn't use magic. They used discipline, knowledge, fear, and mastery of human perception. And in the end, isn't that even more impressive? The shinobi, for all their discipline, strength, and cunning, were human, flesh and bone, bound by the same mortal needs as any other. They bled, they tired, and they hungered. But unlike the samurai, who dined in splendor at the tables of their lords, or the peasant, who relied on seasonal harvests, the ninja ate with purpose. Every bite was measured, not in luxury or fullness, but in survival. The art of the ninja extended even to the way they nourished themselves. They didn't eat for pleasure. They ate to think clearly, move quickly, and disappear without leaving scent or trace. Their diets were structured around portability, silence, long shelf life, and low visibility. The sound of crunching rice or the smell of cooking meat could cost them their lives. So their food, like their movement, was quiet. Most shinobi meals came in small portions and were prepared in advance. The most iconic of these survival rations was called hyarogan. Hyarogan was small, blackish pellets, crafted from a mixture of ground rice, sesame seeds, sugar, sake leaves, yam, lotus seed, and dried plum. They were sometimes mixed with herbs for digestion or stamina. Rolled into marble-sized balls, they were easy to hide, silent to consume, and nutritionally dense. A handful could sustain a ninja for an entire day. Some variants were spiked with ginseng, licorice, or powdered dried fish to provide protein and clarity of thought. Others included mild stimulants to sharpen focus. A well-trained shinobi might tuck a pouch of hyarogan into their sash, chewing only when safe, often without pausing their movement. The formula varied by clan and mission. Missions of endurance used more rice and sesame. Missions requiring focus included mental clarity herbs. In desperate times, Even insects or dried meat could be ground in, whatever kept the body functional. For longer missions or emergencies, shinobi carried kikatsugan, a kind of starvation pill. These were compact, highly concentrated energy sources made from glutinous rice, gourd powder, and jujube. They were specifically designed for operatives who needed to survive without food for up to 2 or 3 days. They didn't provide comfort, they provided survival. These pills had little taste and no odor. A shinobi might place one beneath their tongue and let it dissolve slowly, feeding energy to the body over hours. Some pills were bitter by design, to suppress appetite and remind the ninja to remain alert. Access to water wasn't guaranteed. Streams were unpredictable, and carrying sloshing canteens was both noisy and dangerous. So ninja developed suikatsugan, thirst-quenching pills, made from dried citrus peel, salt, barley flour, and astringent herbs. These pellets stimulated the salivary glands, kept the mouth moist, and minimized the perception of thirst. By chewing slowly, the ninja could continue operating in arid environments or for long durations without needing water. The pills were often wrapped in paper that dissolved harmlessly in the mouth, or tucked into lacquered wooden containers, hidden inside bamboo flutes or belt pouches. For missions near friendly territory or with known exits, ninja also carried small portions of onigiri, rice balls often filled with pickled plum, umeboshi, or salted fish. These were wrapped in bamboo leaves or linen cloth to stay fresh. Pickled ingredients were favored not only for taste, but for their preservative qualities and digestive benefits. Dried vegetables, thin-cut meats, and soybeans were also carried when weight allowed. However, shinobi avoided greasy or overly fragrant foods. Odors lingered, and oils stained clothing. In cases where a disguise required the appearance of poverty, meals were staged accordingly. Dried sweet potatoes, barley porridge, or miso soup. Food was sometimes shared with locals as a disguise. A ninja pretending to be a merchant might cook over a fire with others, passing the meal and securing trust. In other cases, they pretended to fast, feigning religious practice or mourning. Shinobi were trained to identify edible wild plants, from dandelion leaves and burdock root to wild onions, mushrooms, and even tree bark during harsh winters. They knew which flowers provided quick sugars, which nuts gave oils, and which grasses had hidden bulbs. Poisonous plants were just as carefully studied, not only to avoid, but to harvest for other uses. In the forests, shinobi could go days without fire, boiling water with hot stones, sun-drying herbs on flat rocks, or chewing raw roots when stealth was critical. They made silent meals, blending them with mud or wrapping them in moss to hide evidence. Fire was dangerous. Smoke revealed location. The crackle of wood could betray a position, so ninja developed methods of stealth cooking. Stone warming, hot stones placed in a covered container could heat rice without flame. Sun paste, thick, dense rice balls placed in black-wrapped containers to absorb heat. Fermentation. Some meals were prepared weeks ahead, fermenting in pouches for safe, long-term consumption. Cold preparation. Many ninja foods were eaten cold, prepared in silence, stored in oiled paper or lacquered wood to prevent leaks and rot. Even the act of eating was choreographed. No slurping, no crunching, no wrappers or bowls clinking. A shinobi chewed softly, with closed lips, and always with one ear tuned to the world beyond. Meals were taken squatting behind cover, or lying flat beneath foliage, often with one hand free to defend or signal. They also never left scraps. Cloth wrappers were burned or buried. Bones were crushed or scattered. Water from washing was poured into thirsty soil. Nothing to track, nothing to follow, no trace. Food to the ninja was fuel, yes, but also a ritual of preparation, an extension of their discipline, and a reminder that even nourishment could be a matter of life and death. While others feasted and toasted, the shinobi sipped broth behind walls, surviving on bites, always ready to move, fight, or disappear. They didn't eat to live. They ate to endure. The ninja did not live in towering castles or sprawling villas. Their homes were not marked by ornate crests or guarded gates. Instead, they blended into the landscape, plain, unremarkable, indistinguishable from the dwellings of farmers and travelers. To live as a shinobi was to live in plain sight, hiding strength beneath simplicity, and preparing always for the possibility of flight, pursuit, or ambush. To the outsider, a shinobi home looked like any other rural hut: modest thatched roofing, wooden walls weathered by rain, a vegetable patch, a grinding stone. But to those trained in the way of shadows, these homes were fortresses of deception, hubs of intelligence, and gateways to the unseen. A true ninja residence was never just a place to sleep. It was a system, carefully crafted with hidden compartments, false walls, and trap-laden corridors. Floorboards were hollowed, ceiling beams widened, and walls layered to allow silent passage between rooms, or exits to the outside world in case of emergency. There were secret alcoves for storing weapons, scrolls, maps, and poisons. In many cases, these caches were designed not just to hide, but to be forgotten by all but the resident. Stones in the garden could be lifted to reveal underground caches. Rice barrels might conceal blowguns, kunai, or disguise kits. A tatami mat, when lifted, might lead to a crawl space that extended beneath the entire dwelling. Even windows were deceptive. Their design allowed for maximized airflow and visibility, but minimized exposure. From within, the shinobi could observe their surroundings clearly. From the outside, all appeared shadowed and still. Certain homes were fitted with trick panels and alarm mechanisms, thin threads strung across the entrance to catch an intruder, floorboards with deliberate creaks placed at thresholds, or even concealed holes in walls that allowed the resident to watch visitors from hidden compartments before ever appearing. Many ninja lived within tight-knit villages, often made up entirely of shinobi families. In places like Iga and Koga, whole communities were structured for mutual protection. Roads were narrow, houses backed onto woods, and every resident was both a neighbor and a sentry. These villages often lacked formal walls, but were surrounded by natural defenses: steep ridges, dense forests, narrow valleys, and rivers. The terrain itself served as camouflage. Outsiders could pass through such a village without ever realizing the dozens of eyes watching from within. While individual homes were modest, the community as a whole maintained training grounds, message routes, and hidden supply chains. Some houses were deliberately left abandoned, used only in emergencies, or by agents needing a place to lie low. Beyond their villages, ninja made use of forest shelters, small, temporary structures built from natural materials. These might be sunken earth shelters, hidden beneath camouflage netting, or tree-bound platforms. reachable only by rope and unseen from the ground. Such camps were stocked in advance with dried food, medicines, rope, spare disguises, and maps. They served as rendezvous points, rest stations, or fallback shelters after dangerous missions. These locations were chosen with great care, near clean water sources, within sound range of key routes, accessible by unmarked trails only known to the clan. Ninjas memorized dozens of such hideouts across every region they operated in. If a mission went wrong, they knew exactly where to run, even in total darkness. Perhaps the most fascinating aspect of shinobi architecture was the network of secret tunnels, some dug over generations, some natural and co-opted by the clan. These were not grand escape tunnels, like in castles, but narrow, carefully reinforced crawl spaces, often no wider than a man's shoulders. Tunnels served many purposes: escape routes in case of raids, paths for smuggling weapons, people, or information, connections between homes in the same village, hidden entrances to enemy compounds. Some tunnels ran beneath wells, behind shrines, or through abandoned granaries. Their entrances were masked with stone slabs, straw mats, or hidden latches inside household furniture. A ninja could vanish beneath the floor and be gone for miles before an enemy realized the house was empty. Certain elite ninja families constructed entire multi-level hideouts, where layers of the home folded into the hillside, supported by beams of cedar and pine. Some included false doors that opened to nowhere, traps for intruders, or vertical shafts that led to streams or caverns below. The brilliance of the ninja home lay in its mundanity. There was no visible defense, no guards, no banners, just plain wood, a quiet garden, and a well-tended threshold. Visitors who entered found humble spaces, simple bedding, sparse decoration, the smell of miso and old tatami. Only those who touched the wrong wall, stepped on the wrong plank, or lifted the wrong bowl learned the truth. Even allies were rarely told the full layout. Secrecy was absolute, and if a home was ever discovered, it was burned, intentionally, completely, and quickly. No trace left behind, not even ash that could speak its secrets. To outsiders, the ninja lived like commoners. To those within the shadow, every home was a weapon. Every mat could be lifted. Every step was deliberate. Every silence had structure. They built worlds within walls, and to follow a ninja into their home was to walk into a place where you were already being watched, already mapped, and already considered part of an exit strategy. Because the shinobi did not just live in their homes, they survived in them. Behind the masks, beneath the shadows, beyond the silence, ninja were still people, sons, daughters, siblings, parents. They lived not as lone wolves, but as part of intricate, tightly woven webs of family and clan, trust and secrecy, duty and love. For all their stoicism and solitude in the field, the shinobi world was held together by relationships deeper than words, stronger than bloodlines, and tempered in the fires of shared danger. Family was not a concept of affection alone. It was a system, a training ground, a code, a legacy passed not only through teaching, but through coexistence with constant threat. From birth, a shinobi child was folded into this world. Every meal a lesson, every gesture a sign, every silence a rehearsal for the missions ahead. In a ninja household, roles were not divided by affection, but by necessity. A mother might be a healer by day and an information gatherer by night. A father might plow fields with one hand and wield a blowgun with the other. Children watched everything. They were not sheltered from the truth. They were formed by it. Love, in shinobi homes, was expressed not with poetry or long embraces, but with preparation. A parent taught a child how to escape a burning home, how to lie convincingly under pressure, how to kill pain with breath control, how to slip into a crowd and vanish. To teach was to protect. To prepare was to love. And yet, despite the austerity, bonds ran deep. The shared silence, the quiet glances during training, the coordinated movements during household chores, all of it created connection through discipline. Even young children developed an uncanny ability to read emotion in the smallest shifts of expression. Affection lived in the subtleties, placing an extra rice ball in a sibling's pouch, shielding a younger cousin during a sparring drill, bowing just slightly deeper for a grandparent before leaving on a mission. Marriages among shinobi were almost always strategic, but that did not mean they were loveless. Often arranged within the clan or between allied families, these unions served to preserve knowledge, merge techniques, and strengthen political alliances within the shinobi network. Husbands and wives trained together, fought together, escaped together. In some cases, they performed joint missions, posing as a merchant couple, as pilgrims, or even as entertainers. Their understanding of each other's movements, expressions, and timing made them ideal partners in the field. Trust was not romanticized, it was operational. Children from such unions were raised communally, with elders sharing responsibility for education, moral grounding, and tactical instruction. Discipline was enforced by the group, not just the parents, and orphans of fallen shinobi were quickly absorbed by extended kin, never left to grieve alone. In this world, personal loss was constant, and grief was rarely shown openly, but rituals existed, a folded garment placed in a stream, a name whispered into a bamboo grove, a blade planted beneath the family tree. These quiet moments were how ninja mourned, without ceremony, but never without meaning. While bloodkin was sacred, chosen bonds among ninja were just as powerful. A shinobi often trained in pairs or triads, assigned with partners from other families. These bonds were forged in secrecy, pressure, and mutual risk. Trust was not given freely. It was earned in the stillness before a mission, in the silence shared after a successful infiltration, in the unspoken understanding that your life could depend on their silence. These pairings, known in some circles as inshin dome, hidden mind alliances, were often deeper than friendship. One ninja might know his partner's heartbeat before hearing his words. They developed gestures, taps, eye movements, and shared intuitions that outsiders could never understand. Many of these pairings lasted lifetimes. Others ended in fire and silence, marked only by a scar or a ring or a vanished name. In times of peace, these brotherhoods maintained contact through coded letters, gifts of tools, or unexpected visits disguised as chance meetings. Loyalty was not performative. It was embedded in every movement. Each shinobi clan was a circle within a circle. The outermost layer included farmers, artisans, and informants, people who supported the clan but might not be initiated into combat. The next ring held trained operatives, mission planners, healers, and scouts. And at the center were the elders and masters, those who knew the most dangerous secrets and who bore the burden of deciding life death and direction. Within this structure, hierarchy was respected, but flexibility and skill mattered more than age or birth. A young kunoichi with exceptional infiltration skills might outrank an older operative in planning or recon. Status came not from title, but from effectiveness. Information was shared on a need-to-know basis. A ninja might operate for years without knowing the names of certain superiors. This kept the clan safe from betrayal or interrogation. Even among families, some secrets were kept apart, preserved only by ritual, readiness, and the discretion of the masters. To live as a shinobi was to live knowing that those you cared for could be taken at any time, and that grief must never interfere with duty. Many ninja trained themselves to detach, to seal emotion behind discipline. But this didn't mean they felt nothing. It meant they felt everything, and chose when to reveal it. Moments of joy were rare and precious. A sibling returning from a mission unharmed. A shared meal after a successful deception. A quiet night under the stars, knowing the clan had survived another season. These were not just moments. They were victories. The shinobi world was built not just on blades and deception, but on loyalty, family, and silent brotherhoods that no enemy could understand. It was a world where love had no grand speeches, but where a glance, a gesture, or a scarred hand held more meaning than volumes of poetry. They were assassins, spies, and saboteurs to the outside world, but among each other, they were a family of shadows. To the outside world, the ninja were often viewed as dishonorable, assassins without conscience, manipulators of fear, shadows that answered to no law. But within their own ranks, the shinobi lived by a deeply rooted code. One built not on displays of public virtue, but on silence, obedience, and unshakable loyalty. Their values were not written for the world to see, yet they were followed with more conviction than many of the grander warrior creeds. Unlike the samurai, whose bushido emphasized glory in death and honor through open battle, the ninja followed a path that was more private, more flexible, and far more difficult to walk. A path of results over recognition, survival over spectacle, and service beyond ego. Their code was not a single doctrine, but a set of interwoven principles passed through generations, spoken quietly, practiced daily, and reinforced by every mission, every failure, every choice in the dark. Though outsiders saw only deception, ninja saw themselves as servants of justice, not the justice of law, but the justice of necessity. When a lord grew cruel, when a warlord betrayed his allies, when villages were burned for greed, the shinobi were the answer whispered by those who could not fight openly. Their sense of right and wrong was situational, shaped by the needs of the clan, the people they protected, and the balance they were sworn to maintain. It wasn't idealistic. It was pragmatic. The world was not clean, so their justice could not be either. To the shinobi, loyalty was sacred, not to a ruler or flag, but to the clan, the mission, and the team. A shinobi would never betray another unless that betrayal served the greater survival of the whole. Many chose death over capture to prevent secrets from being extracted. Loyalty extended to lineage and knowledge. Even exiled shinobi, separated by years or distance, often preserved and protected clan techniques rather than letting them fall into the hands of the unworthy. It was loyalty to an idea, not just a group. Giri meant obligation, not just to orders, but to roles. A shinobi did not choose assignments based on preference or emotion. If the clan required infiltration, they became invisible. If seduction was needed, they smiled. If death was the price, they accepted it. Duty also extended to training, to the raising of the next generation, and to preserving the silence that kept them alive. No shinobi acted as a lone agent. Every move echoed in the web of the clan. Restraint was the difference between a killer and a shinobi. To kill was not the goal, it was the last resort. If a mission could be completed without bloodshed, that was preferred. If an enemy could be misled rather than destroyed, that was considered superior. Shinobi were taught to restrain emotion, even in victory or grief. No gloating, no cries of vengeance, no action taken in anger. Even revenge had to serve strategy. Restraint was the ultimate strength, and those who could act without being ruled by impulse were trusted with the most sensitive missions. Perhaps the most honored trait in the shinobi world was endurance, the ability to wait, to hold pain, to carry a mission for months, even years, without reward or recognition. A shinobi could spend a winter hidden in a town, watching a single target without ever making a move. They endured solitude, hunger, suspicion, injury, betrayal, and sometimes success without thanks. They were ghosts with discipline, not because they loved silence, but because it was necessary. Shinobi honor was invisible. It didn't wear armor or announce itself in battle cries. It was found in completing the mission without mistake, in protecting the clan's secrecy, in preserving life when possible, and removing it only when essential. They knew the world would not sing of them. There would be no monuments, no poems, no legends carved in stone, and still they served. That was honor, to do what was needed, not what was seen. Silence was not merely a tactic, it was a virtue. A shinobi was measured by what they did not reveal, to enemies, to friends, sometimes even to family. A true ninja could hold a secret for a lifetime, die with knowledge untold, and leave no trace of their influence. They trained to speak little, observe more, and communicate only with intention. Loose words invited suspicion. Idle talk bred carelessness. Silence protected the clan and preserved the myth. It was the invisible ink in the scroll of their code. Violations of the code were rare and grave. A shinobi who broke loyalty or compromised a mission was not punished publicly. They simply disappeared. In some clans, internal tribunals existed, but often the matter was handled quietly by a superior or peer. The worst punishment was expulsion, not just from the mission, but from memory. Names were erased, bonds severed, knowledge sealed off. But for those who lived by the code, the rewards were not wealth or fame. They were trust, respect, and the quiet strength of knowing they stood for something few could ever understand. In a world of noise, the shinobi lived by silence. In a culture of spectacle, they walked without footprints. And in a time when honor was shouted from rooftops, they practiced a code that no one ever saw, but that shaped the fate of empires. In the silent hours between missions, in the mountain forests where no prayers echoed, in the dim corners of candle-lit rooms where death was always near, the shinobi turned to something older than their weapons, deeper than their codes: belief. Though their actions were rooted in strategy, survival, and cold precision, the ninja were not without faith. Their world, shaped by danger and uncertainty, was threaded with rituals, symbols, omens, and spiritual practices that offered them clarity, protection, and the quiet assurance that they walked not alone, even in shadow. But ninja religion was not institutional. It was not tied to the grand halls of Buddhist temples or the formal rites of Shinto shrines, though they understood both. Rather, it was a personal, syncretic blend of belief, ritual, and superstition, cultivated in solitude and secrecy. Among the most influential philosophies guiding the ninja was Zen Buddhism. Zen did not promise heaven or hell. It taught presence, awareness, detachment from ego. These teachings aligned perfectly with the shinobi ethos. The practice of zazen, or seated meditation, was part of daily life. A ninja sat in silence, back straight, breath deep, mind focused not on thought, but on the space between thoughts. This mental discipline was not only spiritual, it was tactical. In the chaos of combat, it allowed them to remain centered. In the face of torture, it allowed them to remain silent. Zen koans, riddles that defied logic, were sometimes memorized and meditated upon before missions. What is the sound of one hand clapping? If a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, does it make a sound? These strange puzzles helped the shinobi to detach from conventional perception, to move with instinct rather than overthinking. Running parallel to Zen was the native spirituality of Japan, Shinto. It was not a religion of commandments, but a belief in kami, divine spirits that lived in mountains, rivers, trees, and even blades. Ninjas respected these forces deeply. Before dangerous missions, they often stopped at sacred groves or unmarked forest shrines. There, in private, they bowed, clapped twice, and whispered their intentions, not as a plea for success, but as a declaration of purpose. Talismans, or omamori, were worn hidden beneath robes. These small, cloth-bound charms were taken from shrines or hand-sewn at home, infused with prayer and ritual. Each held a specific purpose: protection from harm, concealment from enemies, safe return. Even the most hardened operative might pause to press one to their forehead before crossing a threshold. In their homes, ninja families sometimes maintained kamidana, small household altars with rice offerings, salt, and paper cuttings. They did not boast about these practices. They performed them quietly, reverently, and consistently. The Yamabushi, wandering mountain monks, had a profound impact on shinobi spirituality. These ascetics blended Buddhism, Shinto, and native mysticism, living harsh, isolated lives to purify the soul and strengthen the body. Many ninja were trained by or alongside Yamabushi. From them, they learned the use of mudras, symbolic hand gestures, chants, breath control, and the understanding of spiritual energy as something to be cultivated and directed. The Yamabushi's belief in nature as sacred resonated deeply with the shinobi. Forests were not merely places of hiding. They were living entities, watching, breathing. A mission might be planned not only by moon phase or patrol schedule, but by the feeling in the wind, the flight of birds, or the behavior of animals. Even the most logical ninja paid close attention to omens. In a world where every detail mattered, so too did the signs the universe offered. A fox crossing the path before a mission was considered a sign to pause or change course. Dropping a weapon before leaving was a bad omen. Many would delay departure or re-bless the blade. Dreams were considered messages. A vision of water might signify clarity or emotional upheaval. A snake could mean betrayal. The call of a crow at dawn might be ignored by others, but to the ninja, it might warrant extra caution. The presence of certain insects in unexpected places, beetles in doorways, moths in storage, could signal spiritual imbalance or the presence of death. Many ninja carried small tokens or talismans carved with sacred kanji, worn not for show, but as anchors for mental focus and spiritual protection. Even the arrangement of gear was ritualized. Right over left, knife beneath the sash, rope coiled clockwise. These weren't habits, they were acts of grounding. Before a mission, shinobi engaged in personal rites. Some washed their hands and feet in cold water. Others lit incense and recited memorized chants. Some fasted. Some performed kuji-in, the 9 symbolic hand gestures believed to summon spiritual protection and power. Each finger position, each breath, each syllable was a tool, not to summon gods, but to align body, mind, and spirit. Upon returning from a mission, a shinobi might cleanse themselves in salt water, burn a strip of paper containing the name of the target, if known, or leave an offering at a tree or stone believed to be inhabited by a protective spirit. For the fallen, there were no public funerals, but the clan would gather in silence. A knife might be wrapped and buried, a scroll burned, a tree planted. The death was noted in ritual, if not in record. In the end, the shinobi's spirituality was not about salvation or heaven. It was about harmony, with themselves, with nature, with purpose. They did not seek forgiveness. They sought balance. And in the moments between the shadows, they prayed, not to be seen, not to be spared, but to walk the path they had chosen with clarity, focus, and grace. Their gods had no names. Their prayers had no audience. But in the flicker of the lantern, in the rustle of bamboo, and in the silence before the strike, the divine was there, always. The ninja was never just a warrior. The true genius of the shinobi lay not in their weapons or their strikes in the dark, but in their ability to become someone else entirely, to step so convincingly into another role that even the most watchful eyes failed to detect them. This mastery of disguise, of social camouflage, was not a theatrical trick. It was a way of life. In feudal Japan, where rigid social classes defined every man's position, a ninja could not simply don a costume. He had to live the life he imitated, to walk unnoticed among merchants, monks, peasants, or even nobles. A shinobi had to understand the rhythm of speech, the texture of fabric, the weight of tools, and the subtle customs of every station. This chapter is not about the art of espionage alone. It is about the deeper, daily practice of civilian embodiment, the process by which a ninja became invisible, not by hiding in darkness, but by standing in the light with complete confidence that no one would recognize him. Perhaps the most common cover for a ninja was that of a peasant farmer. In many cases, it wasn't even a disguise, it was their real life. Many shinobi clans were born from agrarian communities, tilling rice paddies by day and training at dusk. The line between the civilian and the covert was naturally blurred. These ninja learned to plant seeds with one hand and bury knives with the other. Wearing rough cotton robes, straw sandals, and headscarves, the shinobi could move from village to village under the guise of agricultural laborers. They learned the dialects of each region, the seasonal cycles, the names of lords and tax collectors. In their baskets might be vegetables or coiled ropes, maps, and smoke bombs. They posed questions like curious peasants. Has the bridge upstream been rebuilt? Do the guards still change at the temple bell? How many men patrol the granaries these days? Each inquiry was a data point, delivered with a smile and dust-covered hands. If the farmer allowed passage through villages, the merchant allowed access to cities, courts, and even castles. Ninja posing as merchants needed much more than acting skills. They needed knowledge of commerce, rare goods, and routes. They wore finer robes, carried trade documents, and often learned enough math and accounting to play their roles with precision. Some claimed to sell tea, medicine, silk, or incense. Others were wandering tinkers or tool sellers. Their carts concealed secret compartments. Their ledgers included coded notes. Their coins were real, but often served dual purposes as weapons, messages, or bribes. Merchants had the gift of mobility and conversation. A merchant could ask questions that a samurai never would. They could move freely between territories and gossip with guards, servants, and commoners. Where swords failed, information flowed, and unlike warriors, they were rarely suspected. Among the most sacred and effective of civilian covers was that of the itinerant monk, silent, serene, and invisible in the eyes of the law. Dressed in plain robes, carrying prayer beads or a walking staff, the shinobi as monk could pass freely through gates, enter temples, rest at roadside shrines, and question without suspicion. Monks were often fed and sheltered. Their silence was respected. Their presence was overlooked. Ninja trained in this role learned chants, rituals, and the proper manner of bowing. They studied sutras, memorized Buddhist doctrine, and practiced Zen meditation convincingly enough to fool actual clergy. Some even shaved their heads permanently to live this role full-time. In this identity, the shinobi could eavesdrop on traveling samurai, observe castle entrances from a temple window, or slip messages encoded into calligraphy scrolls. The monk's garb offered more than disguise. It offered privilege, protection, and pathways, otherwise closed to commoners. Another common cover was that of the skilled artisan, a man called to castles to repair a gate, inspect a beam, or resurface a floor. These covers allowed ninja to enter enemy fortresses with tools in hand and access to structural vulnerabilities. The shinobi posing as a carpenter might inspect a wall and later return with blueprints. A mason might leave a hidden alcove in a rebuilt wall. A blacksmith might replace iron rivets with ones that could be removed silently. These professions required true skill. A poor artisan would raise suspicion, so shinobi trained not just in weapons, but in actual trades, learning to blend utility with infiltration. In some cases, the ninja wore roles at the lowest levels of society, a hunched beggar mumbling to himself near a gate, a drunk swaying through the alleys, a fool throwing stones at crows. These identities were chosen when observation, not interaction, was required. Who watches the beggar? No one. And so, the beggar watched everyone. From this vantage, the shinobi could monitor routines, study movements, and even plant items without drawing attention. Sometimes, the act was performed with great dedication. Mud-smeared faces, fake sores, or a hobbled leg, all discarded the moment the ninja slipped into the shadows. The challenge of these civilian identities was not in adopting them, but in living them convincingly, sometimes for weeks, months, or years. A ninja might maintain a small shop, a humble shrine, or a rented room in a village for years, waiting for the moment their services were called upon. They learned to move in and out of identity like water, to become the character, not merely wear its clothes, but it came with a price. Some lost themselves in these lives, others formed relationships, even families, while under assumed identities. The lines between self and role blurred. A shinobi might begin to care for those around him, even as he waited to betray a master or report a guard schedule. This duality between duty and disguise was one of the greatest burdens of the shinobi path. It was not the blade that wore them down, but the mask. A samurai wore his status on his hip. The ninja wore his, in his silence, his posture, and the conviction with which he became someone else. To survive, he had to vanish, and the most perfect disappearance was not into darkness, but into the ordinary. If the sword was the weapon of the warrior, and the scroll the symbol of the scholar, then for the shinobi, it was information that held ultimate power. A secret uncovered could do more damage than an army. A whisper heard behind sliding doors could shift the fate of provinces. The ninja was not born to slay indiscriminately. They were trained to listen, to observe, to steal truth without leaving a trace. Espionage was their highest calling. In a time when records were handwritten and carried by courier, when communication relied on memory and word of mouth, the ninja perfected the art of extracting knowledge, not through force, but through silence, cunning, and precision. They could be the mouse in the corner, the servant with a lowered gaze, the merchant offering tea. And while others saw walls and guards, the shinobi saw openings. Every espionage mission began with a singular goal: obtain intelligence without detection. The type of information varied: maps of enemy terrain, guard shift rotations, supply inventories, secret alliances, hidden tunnels and escape routes, letters, seals, family trees, or even poems with coded meanings. Rarely did a ninja act randomly. Every action was calculated to feed a larger web of understanding. They were not just spies. They were strategic instruments, feeding real-time updates into the pulse of their clan or benefactor. To reach their targets, shinobi had to become invisible, not through magic, but through mastery of detail. They entered castles by disguising themselves as laborers or monks. They slipped into enemy homes by scaling rooftops, moving with the grace of cats across ceramic tiles. They crawled through drainage systems or accessed compounds through forgotten garden gates. A skilled ninja could lift a paper screen, cross a floor without disturbing a grain of rice, and lower the screen behind them, all without disrupting the rhythm of a sleeping household. Some trained to dislocate joints to pass through narrow gaps. Others timed their movements to thunder, drums, or temple bells. Every mission required planning, studying floor plans or terrain, predicting human behavior and guard boredom, calculating light sources, sight lines, and sounds, identifying safe exit routes. Once inside, the ninja rarely rushed. They waited, sometimes for hours, even days, in concealed spaces, inside attics, between walls, under floorboards. They listened to political discussions, pillow talk between lords and concubines, planning meetings, family squabbles, whispered warnings from frightened servants. They recorded information mentally, using mnemonic tricks and rhythm-based recall. When writing was necessary, they used invisible ink, tiny scrolls hidden in sleeves, or coded symbols on fans or garments. A ninja's greatest tools were patience and presence. They did not react. They observed until the whole picture emerged. When a scroll or letter had to be stolen, the shinobi never grabbed and fled. They often replaced the document with a near-perfect forgery, one that bought them more time before discovery. Others copied the information in miniature, using rice paper slivers wrapped around hidden needles, sewn into clothing, or even swallowed in wax pellets to be retrieved later. Shinobi understood that paper was loud, its rustle, its scent, its absence, so every theft was measured against what could be gained versus what would be noticed. In the most delicate cases, they used reflective tools, peering at reversed writing from a distance, or shining candlelight through a wall to trace shadows of hidden notes. Sometimes, words were not stolen, they were given. Shinobi, both men and women, were trained in the art of seduction and psychological manipulation. They studied body language, tone, the needs and weaknesses of others. They could become a confidant, a sympathetic ear, a healer with a calming voice. By gaining the trust of a servant, a lover, or even a noble, they unlocked secrets freely spoken. Their goal was not the conquest of the heart, but the unlocking of the tongue. Some ninja posed as injured travelers to be brought into homes. Others befriended children or bribed desperate cooks. Secrets were not always guarded by stone walls. They were often carried by careless hands. Not all espionage required proximity. Shinobi trained in long-range observation, watching guard towers from the hills, tracking banners, counting troops, or noting supply movements. They measured time by sun position, gauged enemy morale by sound and behavior, and used mirrors, feathers, or water bowls to detect distant movement. Signals were sometimes relayed through birds, smoke patterns, or coded objects left at shrines, small, subtle systems that allowed entire clans to coordinate without ever speaking aloud. Once the information was gathered, it had to be carried and delivered, sometimes across hostile territory. To protect it, messages were written in ciphered kanji, with shifted meanings. Scrolls were hidden inside walking sticks, sandals, or food wrappings. Oral messages were broken into pieces and memorized by multiple operatives, so no one ninja held the full secret. Advanced shinobi used song structures, counting rhymes, or even breathing patterns to encode data. Some memorized entire maps by walking them mentally, assigning landmarks to beats or gestures. Stealing information was only one side of the game. Just as often, shinobi were tasked with planting false information, framing rivals, or manipulating events by controlling what others believed. A forged letter here, a rumor planted in the right ear, a whispered suggestion at a tea house. By the time armies moved, the shinobi had already shaped the outcome. They also excelled in counterintelligence, detecting other spies, feeding them false leads, or turning them into double agents. Their greatest victories were battles that never happened, because they were won in advance. The sword was always a last resort. The shinobi's true battlefield was the mind, their blade a well-placed whisper, their armor the belief that they did not exist. To steal a secret and leave no mark, that was their art. To change a war without lifting a weapon, that was their legacy. The ninjas' reputation as masters of stealth and subterfuge was not earned by skill alone. Hidden beneath their robes and inside their satchels was a world of ingenious tools, gadgets, and devices, each designed for a specific task, each shaped by centuries of quiet experimentation. While the samurai relied on brute force and open steel, the shinobi crafted an arsenal built around versatility, adaptability, and above all, surprise. Every item they carried was lightweight, multifunctional, and easily concealed. Some were designed to disarm or confuse. Others were meant to kill. Many were made to escape. And yet, for all their tools, the shinobi philosophy remained the same. The weapon is not in the hand, but in the mind. Tools were extensions of strategy, not replacements for it. The ninja's most iconic tools were those that could vanish into a sleeve, a sandal, or a rice pouch. Hidden blades, poisoned darts, silent tools of death. Shuriken, throwing stars. Flat, star-shaped projectiles with sharpened edges, used not for killing, as myths suggest, but to distract, delay, or injure. Some were coated in irritants or toxins. Others were used to pin messages to wooden beams. Kunai, a leaf-shaped, sturdy blade with a handle loop. It could be thrown, stabbed, or used to dig through clay walls or pry open doors. Ninja often carried multiples. Tanto, a short dagger, often hidden in a sleeve or boot. This was a last resort weapon, fast, silent, and deadly. Tekokagi, hand claws. Metal claws worn on the hands for climbing, slashing, or parrying. Also used to scale wooden walls or trees in complete silence. Hidden needles, kanzashi. Thin hairpins or needles, sometimes dipped in poison, concealed within a woman's bun or in a man's sash. Delivered a swift, discreet attack. All weapons were coated in blackened lacquer or wrapped in dark cloth to avoid reflection. Noise was minimized with soft bindings. Their placement was deliberate. Muscle memory mapped each tool's exact position. Combat was rare. Preparation was everything. These were the tools that helped a ninja survive, gather intelligence, and move undetected. Makibishi, caltrops, small spiked objects thrown on the ground to injure or slow pursuers. Made from iron or dried seed pods, they always landed with one spike upright. Metsubushi, blinding powders, carried in hollow eggshells or paper packets. A mix of ash, pepper, and ground glass, used to blind enemies during escape. Kaginawa, hooked rope. A grappling hook with a long rope, used to scale walls, cross ravines, or secure boats. Some versions included multiple hooks for added grip. Uchitake, small bamboo tubes, used for breathing underwater, hiding messages, or even carrying burning coals to light fires quietly. Silent sandals, ninjatabi, split toe shoes, made with soft soles to reduce sound. In some cases, they had padded interiors to walk silently over gravel or wooden floors. Even the ninja's clothing was modular. Sleeves could be tightened or detached. Inner linings might hold smoke bombs, scrolls, or tiny blades. When everything went wrong, the shinobi had to vanish, not just flee, but disappear completely. These tools were built for precisely that. Smoke bombs, and mitsudama, small ceramic or paper balls filled with flash powder, ash, or fine dust, thrown to create a visual cloud or choke a narrow passage. Water flotation bladders, animal skins, or gourds filled with air, allowing a ninja to float silently across rivers or fake a drowning. Wall spike sandals, neko ashi, sandals with climbing spikes for gripping tree trunks or castle walls. Bamboo foot extensions, mizugumo, claimed to allow movement across water, though mostly used in muddy or marshy terrain for balance. Whistle traps, small devices left behind to create sounds, confusing pursuers and redirecting attention. Sometimes, defeating the enemy meant fooling their eyes and minds. These tools helped the ninja become more than invisible. They became someone else. Disguise kits contained powder for aging the face, small mirrors, grease for hair, and basic prosthetics to alter appearance. A ninja could change age, gender, class, or identity in minutes. False scrolls and seals, forged documents used to gain entry, deceive guards, or plant false intelligence. Footprint pads, ashiato, wooden sandals with carved soles that mimic the feet of monks, women, or animals, used to plant misleading tracks. Voice pipes, kuchibue, hollow tubes used to redirect whispers or mimic distant voices. In the shinobi world, illusion was a weapon, and every sound, shadow, or scrap of paper could become part of a larger trick. Silent and final, poisons were tools of both assassination and deterrence. Plant-based toxins, derived from monkshood, wolfsbane, or belladonna, applied to blades, darts, or food. Sleeping agents, used to subdue without killing, sometimes mixed with incense or tea. Skin irritants, substances that cause temporary blindness, vomiting, or convulsions, used in escape or interrogation. Acid compounds, for burning through rope, melting locks, or damaging enemy supplies. Ninjas often carried antidotes or resistance treatments to their own poisons, knowledge that required careful training and testing. Every tool was meaningless if not accessible at a moment's notice. Ninja used body mapping, weight balance, and layered clothing to distribute gear. Some key practices: sleeve rigs to slide knives directly into the palm, sash compartments sewn to carry flat tools or powder packets, scroll pouches inside back flaps or under the arm, hidden soles in sandals to conceal thin items or coins. All gear had to be retrievable in darkness, with one hand, in complete silence. In truth, the ninja's greatest tool was not the blade or the powder. It was improvisation, the ability to turn anything, from a rice bowl to a chopstick, into a weapon or a message. The shinobi mindset was one of constant readiness, and every tool was simply a means to an end. They walked into castles with nothing but straw and thread, and walked out with the fate of nations in their hands. When the sun fell and the villages of feudal Japan sank into silence, another world awoke, one of shadows, stillness, and secrets. In this realm, the ninja was king. Cloaked in darkness, guided by ritual and muscle memory, the shinobi set out on missions where a single sound could mean death, and a single error could undo years of planning. Night missions were the pinnacle of shinobi skill, the moment when all training, tools, and discipline were tested. These missions were not merely about entry or escape. They were complex, layered operations, combining espionage, sabotage, psychological warfare, and in some cases, the silent removal of a single target. In these hours between dusk and dawn, the ninja did not just vanish. They became the night itself, the ritual of preparation. Before every night mission, there was a precise and sacred routine. It was not superstition, it was mental conditioning. Clothing checked, tunic tight, ropes fastened, no loose fabric that could catch or rustle. Tools counted, every kunai, powder, caltrop, and rope positioned by habit. Silence practiced, breathing calmed, footsteps rehearsed, movements minimized. Mental map reviewed, entry and exit points memorized, guard schedules, wall heights, creaky floorboards, each detail internalized. Some shinobi meditated beforehand, visualizing each phase of the mission. Others chanted quietly or recited clan creeds. No words were spoken once the operation began, only hand signals and glances. The journey to the target site was often more dangerous than the act itself. Ninjas used natural terrain to mask movement, streams, bamboo groves, ridgelines, disguises if moving through villages, drunken traveler, late merchant, or peasant woman, low-light travel, never carrying lamps, only moving when cloud cover or moon shadows allowed. They used sound mapping, memorizing the ambient noises of an area, insects, wind, distant animals. Any break in those sounds was either a sign of danger or a cue to pause. Once at the perimeter, the shinobi's true test began, entering undetected. Tactics varied, scaling walls using kaginawa, grappling hook, or climbing barefoot with tabi for grip, creeping through water channels, sewage passages, or unused servant doors, timing with sounds, sliding doors opened as drums sounded or thunder clapped, using animals as distraction, releasing a cat or dog to draw attention elsewhere. If entry points were guarded, the ninja might use a single well-placed caltrop or whispered bird call to lure a sentry away. Every move was made low to the ground, often using the neko ashi, cat step technique, placing the foot down toe first, slowly shifting weight to avoid noise. Many night missions were not about killing, they were about sending messages, causing confusion, and weakening infrastructure. Forms of sabotage included destroying supply caches, setting fires that looked accidental, or using water to spoil stored grain, damaging armor or weapons, corroding blades, cutting straps, loosening bowstrings, tampering with horses, releasing them, cutting their reins, or laming them subtly, confusing signals, replacing banners, rearranging messages, mimicking enemy symbols, interrupting rituals, stealing sacred items, or disrupting ceremonies to lower morale. The goal was not just to inflict physical harm, but to undermine confidence, to make the enemy question their safety, readiness, and perception of control. When ordered to eliminate a target, the shinobi approached the task not with anger or brutality, but with surgical precision. Assassination targets were often sleeping lords, corrupt officials, traitors who had fled, war leaders on the eve of battle. Ninjas preferred blades over poison for these tasks, swift, silent, and final. Entry into sleeping chambers involved avoiding creaky floorboards, or stepping only where foot traffic had worn down the wood. Slow breathing, often timing movements to the snoring or deep breaths of the target. Use of a tanto, quick insertion between ribs or into the base of the neck. After the act, they removed all trace, no blood splatter, no fingerprints, though the term didn't exist, and often leaving behind a symbol or item to confuse attribution, sometimes even planting evidence to blame another clan. Exiting was often harder than entry. By now, guards might be more alert. A fire may have been spotted. Animals could react to new scents. The target's absence may be noticed. Ninjas planned multiple exit routes. Some required scaling outward, Others involved blending into early morning laborers or temple pilgrims. Escape tools used: smoke bombs to blind and distract, makibishi to deter pursuit, water diversion, escaping down canals or using flotation skins across rivers, silent signaling, alerting lookouts who had been stationed with whistles or mirrored flashes. And if capture was imminent, many carried a poison capsule for suicide. Others memorized false identities and cover stories. Some allowed themselves to be caught, only to escape later through trickery or assistance. Upon return, the ninja did not celebrate. Success meant silence. Failure meant penance or death. They often burned clothing, washed in salt water, buried tools outside clan grounds. Reports were delivered verbally or encoded on plain scrolls. By dawn, the ninja was gone. The lord was dead. The storehouse was ruined. The castle was in panic, and no one ever saw the shadow that passed in the night. In the end, the night was not the ninja's ally. It was their creation. Behind the solitary figure, leaping across rooftops or vanishing into mist, stood something larger and older: the ninja clan. Contrary to the image of the lone rogue, the ninja was rarely alone. He was part of a system, a network of roles, rituals, and relationships. And at the heart of that system lay two pillars: structure and trust. Clans were more than families. They were institutions of secrecy, carefully maintained over generations. Hidden from the eyes of samurai courts and daimyo officials, these communities developed their own rules, hierarchies, and bonds, unseen yet tightly interwoven. If the sword was sharp, it was only because the forge, the clan, shaped it with discipline, patience, and fire. Many ninja clans lived in plain sight, often disguised as farming hamlets or religious enclaves. Outsiders saw rice paddies and shrines. They did not see the training fields behind bamboo walls, the coded messages passed through merchant routes, or the smoke rising from midnight forges. Clans like the Iga and Koga were famous for these layered communities, where every member had a role: fighters, herbalists, toolmakers, scouts, and strategists. Even elders and children participated, carrying messages, gathering herbs, or simply serving as watchful eyes. A clan could number from a dozen to hundreds, all linked by blood, oath, or debt. Though fluid in appearance, the ninja clan followed a strict chain of command, rooted in both respect and necessity. Jonin, the high ninja, the strategist, leader, and commander. The Jonin rarely went on missions himself. He issued orders, planned operations, and maintained external alliances. He bore the clan's survival on his shoulders. Chunin, the middle ninja, the coordinators and lieutenants. Chunin oversaw field operations, trained recruits, and served as intermediaries between the Jonin and the operatives. They were highly skilled, experienced, and trusted. Genin, the lower ninja, the operatives, foot soldiers, and scouts. Genin carried out missions, from espionage to sabotage. Many were in training or probationary roles. They were often young, closely supervised, and gradually initiated into deeper secrets. Outside this formal structure were specialists, forger messengers who crafted documents and carried coded letters, toolsmiths responsible for maintaining gear, herbalists and poison makers who supplied the clan's covert medicine and venom. Every role mattered. No one was truly expendable. At the core of the clan was a sacred bond between teacher and student. A master did not merely instruct. They sculpted, tested, and sometimes broke the apprentice to rebuild them stronger. This relationship often began early, sometimes from childhood. An apprentice might be selected for agility, intelligence, or observational skill. The training was not gentle. It demanded silence, repetition, pain, and deep psychological resilience. But within this hardness was care. Masters taught the silence of breath, the rhythm of a guard's patrol, the language of birds and wind, the truth of death and duty. The apprentice, in turn, offered loyalty, attention, and eventual obedience. But the master-apprentice bond was not blind. Masters expected questions. They trained their students to think critically, to adapt, to disobey when it saved the mission. And in time, the apprentice might surpass the teacher. Even within a single clan, not all knowledge was shared. The Jonin knew the full web of alliances. The Chunin knew only their operations. A Genin might know just the square of land he patrolled. This compartmentalization protected the whole. If one was captured, others remained safe. Initiation into deeper levels of the clan involved oaths, often blood-bound, tests, including missions where survival was uncertain, naming ceremonies, where the operative received a new identity, clan mark, or seal. Some clans kept secret scrolls, documents passed only to the next Jonin, containing the deepest knowledge of tactics, poisons, or family techniques. Clans maintained strict codes. Disobedience, betrayal, or negligence could mean exile or death. Punishments included stripping of name and rank, banishment to distant provinces, trial by mission, a near impossible task to prove loyalty, execution, quietly carried out, often by one's own master or apprentice. These harsh penalties were rare, for trust was cultivated from day one. But when enforced, they reminded all, the clan must endure, even at the cost of blood. Daily life in a ninja clan was surprisingly domestic. There were communal meals, farming schedules, secret festivals, stories passed to children, tales of animals, shadows, and spirits that mirrored real-world tactics. Yet even children were taught to see differently, to hear beyond words, to notice what others ignored. In these quiet places, families lived side by side with warriors, and every child learned that even in play, the mission always came first. The shinobi was not a myth because he stood alone. He was a myth because behind him stood 1,000 silent voices, a clan forged from memory, discipline, and unshakable loyalty. In the grand theater of feudal Japan, two figures often stood on opposite sides of the stage: the samurai, proud and noble, and the ninja, secretive and silent. One lived by the sword in daylight, the other by shadows in the night. One announced his name before battle, the other vanished before his presence was ever known. To many, they seem like natural enemies, one driven by honor, the other by secrecy. But history, more complicated than legend, reveals a far more nuanced relationship. In truth, the samurai and the ninja were not always rivals. They were often allies, sometimes enemies, and occasionally the same person. This chapter explores their differences, their shared world, and the curious places where blade and shadow intertwined. The samurai followed Bushido, the way of the warrior, It was a strict moral code centered on loyalty, honor, courage, and death before disgrace. A samurai sought glory in battle, valued lineage and name, and held duty to his lord above all. The ninja, in contrast, lived by ninpo, the way of endurance and adaptability. It emphasized survival, secrecy, and achieving the objective, even if it meant bending or breaking the social order. A ninja saw strength in patience, not pride. Where the samurai died by the sword to prove their loyalty, the ninja lived in silence to protect their mission. One walked in the open, the other beneath the floorboards. To many samurai, the ninja were dishonorable, cowards who avoided fair battle, used tricks, wore no crests, and refused to announce themselves. To many ninja, the samurai were naive, bound by rigid ideals, predictable and easy to manipulate with their sense of honor. This tension gave rise to friction, especially when shinobi methods undermined samurai glory. Assassinations replaced battles. Sabotage foiled entire campaigns. And yet, despite disdain, many daimyo lords hired ninja to do what the samurai could not. It was an open secret. Lords turned to shadows when the sword failed. Far from eternal enemies, many samurai employed ninja as scouts, spies, or saboteurs. In the Sengoku period, when warlords fought over fractured provinces, ninja were essential operatives in high-stakes politics. They were used to infiltrate enemy castles, steal documents or war plans, assassinate rival officials, deliver secret messages, spread rumors to destabilize morale. In return, ninja gained protection, resources, and even positions within samurai households. Some shinobi became retainers, living under samurai lords while continuing covert work. Others trained samurai in guerrilla tactics. Over time, a few even earned samurai status themselves, especially when their loyalty and skills were proven in battle. In some rare but fascinating cases, samurai were trained as ninja. This was particularly true in the Koga and Iga regions, where samurai lineages were deeply intertwined with shinobi traditions. A nobleman might train in swordsmanship by day and stealth by night, learning both honor and deception. These dual-trained warriors were highly prized, capable of fighting honorably in battle, yet vanishing when needed. Similarly, high-ranking ninja were sometimes granted samurai status as a reward for loyal service. Though they rarely wore it publicly, their families benefited from the prestige and stipends. In many ways, the division between ninja and samurai was less about blood and more about method. When ninja and samurai clashed directly, the results were unpredictable. A lone ninja rarely challenged a samurai in open combat. It was never the goal. But when cornered, they used deception, throwing dust, collapsing walls, using smoke, ambush, striking from trees, trapdoors, or water, psychological tactics, imitating cries, animal sounds, or planting false trails. Samurai, trained for direct combat, sometimes struggled with such tactics, especially when outnumbered or disoriented. Yet when prepared, they could overpower a shinobi with superior armor and sword skill. Victory belonged to the one who best understood the battlefield, not merely who drew first. Over time, as ninja proved their worth through results, delivered intelligence, prevented ambushes, secured victories, many samurai came to respect their craft, if not their methods. Some daimyo even formalized ninja divisions within their armies, recognizing the need for stealth alongside swords. Documents from the Tokugawa period show ninja being paid alongside samurai retainers, and in some peacetime roles, shinobi worked as bodyguards, informants, and advisors, trusted more for their subtlety than brute strength. Despite philosophical differences, samurai and ninja often shared loyalty to their lord, willingness to die for a cause, mastery of their craft, discipline beyond the ordinary. Both lived in a dangerous, unpredictable world, and both, in their own way, understood that survival required more than just the sword or the shadow. It required balance. In the end, the ninja and the samurai were not enemies fated to clash forever. They were two sides of the same coin, one forged in light, the other in darkness, but both bound by the same land, the same wars, and often the same blood. Where the samurai drew a blade, the ninja had already moved 3 steps ahead. In the silent corridors of enemy mansions, behind fans at courtly banquets, in the guise of maids, mistresses, herbalists, or grieving widows, there moved a presence more invisible than any shadow, the kunoichi. Female ninja were not myths, nor mere supporting characters. They were central to the success of countless shinobi operations. Trained in many of the same arts as their male counterparts, kunoichi were also taught to exploit one of the most powerful forces in feudal Japan, the assumptions of men. While a male ninja crept across rooftops, a kunoichi walked through the front door. While the world underestimated her, she listened, observed, and struck with precision. This chapter pulls back the curtain on one of the most misunderstood aspects of ninja history, the deadly, graceful, and brilliant world of the kunoichi. The use of women in espionage is as old as conflict itself, but within shinobi tradition, it became highly formalized and strategic. Kunoichi were developed not simply as fighters, but as social infiltrators, capable of moving undetected in places men could not. They accessed inner chambers, gained the trust of wives, servants, and children, and observed the most private aspects of a target's life. The Iga and Koga regions, known for their sophisticated ninja traditions, are believed to have systematized the training of women in shinobi arts. Their rise came from necessity. In rigidly gendered society, only women could slip unnoticed into the domestic sphere. A kunoichi's training was as intense as that of any genin, but tailored to her likely missions. She learned disguise and role-play, mastering the walks, speech patterns, and clothing of different classes of women: noblewoman, servant, geisha, nun, peasant. Social intelligence, recognizing power dynamics, psychological manipulation, reading body language, and controlling emotional tone, stealth and escape, moving in silence, hiding tools in robes or hairstyles, disappearing from sight without raising alarm, weaponry, use of small blades, tanto, hidden needles, kanzashi, poisons, and powders, seduction and influence, not for pleasure, but for control, to make others speak, to drop their guard, to confide. Above all, she learned the value of observation. A kunoichi might spend weeks gaining trust before passing a single piece of intelligence, but what she learned could end wars. Unlike male shinobi, who were often deployed in high-risk sabotage or combat operations, kunoichi operated in longer-term, psychologically complex missions. Some of their roles included domestic infiltrator, posing as a maid, wet nurse, cook, or handmaid inside a targeted household; There, she would gather gossip, watch schedules, and quietly report all activity. Companion or concubine, gaining access to a high-ranking man by earning his affection. Some even married their targets, only to assassinate or betray them when the time was right. Courier of secrets, carrying hidden messages in garments, hair ornaments, or makeup compacts, often passing through security that ignored women altogether. Distraction artist, drawing attention away from a male operatives movement, or creating a social scandal to destabilize political alliances. Poisoner delivering lethal substances through food, ink, perfume, or skin-to-skin contact. Some kunoichi were sent alone, some in pairs, others embedded in small teams supported by male ninja. But when deployed correctly, a single woman could do what armies could not: open a door from the inside. While many names were deliberately erased for their protection or that of their clans, some female ninja became legend. Mochizuki Chiyome, perhaps the most well-documented kunoichi, she is said to have established a school for orphaned or disgraced girls, training them in ninjutsu under the guise of religious service. These women became spies, messengers, and assassins, operating across Japan during the Sengoku period. Kaguya Hime, though mythologized in folklore, she inspired many shinobi narratives. A symbol of mysterious beauty and impossible tasks, she represented the ideal of the untouchable infiltrator, one who holds power in mystery. Unnamed mistresses of the courts. Many kunoichi served as mistresses to daimyo, carefully cultivated for months or years before acting. Their names were often struck from records at their own request, or upon completion of the mission. Kunoichi developed unique gear. Kanzashi, hairpins, sharpened steel, or poisoned tips, easily concealed. Oshiroi, face powder, sometimes laced with toxins or irritants. Kimonos with hidden seams, perfect for smuggling small scrolls, blades, or powders. Shoji, powder, a light dust used to detect footprints or see which screens had recently been moved. They also used emotional performance as a weapon: tears, laughter, shame, or politeness, all meticulously practiced. In a world where women were seen as background, they made that perception their shield and their sword. Being a kunoichi was often more psychologically taxing than being a male shinobi. Missions required living among enemies for extended periods, emotional manipulation and betrayal, constant self-erasure, never showing one's real identity, risk of exposure, not only by guards, but by children, animals, or simple coincidence. And if caught, a male ninja might fight or escape. A kunoichi's fate could be far worse: interrogation, humiliation, or public execution. Hence, many carried poison sewn into their hair or under fingernails to die on their terms. The kunoichi left behind no monuments. Her success meant being forgotten, but the shadows she walked shaped history. Battles that never occurred, alliances that quietly dissolved, secrets that never reached the enemy. She proved that strength is not always loud, and that in the stillness between words, power waits. The kunoichi was not a warrior in armor. She was the whisper behind the throne. In the imagination of the modern world, the ninja is often depicted dressed in head-to-toe black, leaping through moonlight with blades glinting in the dark. But in truth, the most dangerous ninja wore no mask. He passed you in the street. He bowed at your gate. He sold you tea, mended your fence, prayed beside you in the temple. To be invisible is not always to vanish into shadow. It is, more often, to blend into plain sight. This was the true art of the ninja disguise, a discipline known as Henso Jutsu, Bian Zhuang Shu, the art of transformation. It was one of the most difficult and sacred arts of the shinobi, and it made the difference between being caught by a sword or walking away with secrets no blade could ever uncover. A shinobi did not disguise himself to entertain or amuse. He did so to survive, to deceive, and above all, to complete the mission. Disguise to the ninja was not merely external, it was internal. One did not simply put on the clothes of a monk. One walked like a monk, thought like a monk, spoke with the rhythm of temple life. One became the role completely. A successful disguise relied on subtlety. The outfit should not draw attention. Confidence. Hesitation would betray the illusion. Knowledge. Every role required cultural fluency, observation, mimicking accents, habits, and social hierarchies. Disguise was a living art, a dialogue with the world around you. Over generations, ninja developed a catalogue of effective identities, roles that granted access to certain places, information, or people. Kamuso monk, temple beggar, wore a large straw basket hat, tengai, that completely concealed the face, carried a bamboo flute, also used to signal or conceal tools, allowed access to cities, shrines, and the homes of the devout. Rarely questioned, their vow of silence made it easier to remain unnoticed. Traveling merchant, moved freely between provinces, had excuses to carry large packs or carts, perfect for hiding weapons, messages, or even bodies. Spoke with many, blending into the noise of trade. Pilgrim or itinerant monk, dressed simply with staff and scroll, could enter homes to offer blessings or prayers, often given food and temporary shelter without suspicion. Craftsman or carpenter, allowed into castles, temples, and homes, expected to examine walls, floors, and roofs, ideal for scouting layouts, could carry tools without suspicion. Peasant or laborer, blended into crowds, especially during festivals or planting season, allowed to pass unnoticed in rural areas, required strong acting, as the social cues were rigid and unforgiving. Entertainer or performer, provided access to high-ranking homes during events, used distraction to mask observation, occasionally partnered with kunoichi, disguised as dancers or singers. Blind man or beggar, evoked pity, allowed to sit near gates or paths without scrutiny, perfect for listening to conversations and memorizing voices and movements. Each disguise had its own rituals, rules, and risks. A ninja could not afford a single misstep, a wrong greeting, an incorrect gesture, or unfamiliarity with a custom could collapse the illusion. True disguise went beyond clothing. Ninja studied ways to physically alter their appearance. Posture, stooped like the elderly, upright like samurai, relaxed like peasants. Gait, heavy steps of the drunkard, silent shuffle of the widow, limping gait of the injured. Facial expressions, subtle and constant, matching the role being played. Voice, tone, dialect, rhythm, silence, every word calculated. Cosmetics, darkening or whitening the face, applying false age lines, reddening the eyes to simulate illness. For larger physical changes, ninja used padding to appear heavier or deformed, bandages or wraps to simulate injuries, masks, rarely, for impersonation of specific individuals. And above all, dirt. A ninja would often roll in mud, dust his face with ash, or dirty his feet to match the lived condition of the role. Clean fingernails could betray a farmer's disguise. A straight back could betray a weary peddler. Disguise was not only how one looked, but how one interacted. A samurai bowed a certain way. A merchant spoke with persuasive rhythm. A monk met your gaze with stillness. A woman servant kept her eyes lowered. Ninja mastered. Greetings of different regions, titles used across social ranks, rituals of respect and humility, humor, superstition, and slang. They could pass as locals in distant provinces, adopting regional accents and idioms. In this way, a ninja might impersonate someone from a clan he had never even seen, simply by listening to their servants speak. Advanced shinobi could layer personas. A peasant woman found murdered in a river might be identified as a runaway concubine, but days earlier she was a merchant's assistant. A week before that, she was a maid in a daimyo's estate, and a month earlier, she was a street singer learning the rotation of the castle guard. Ninja sometimes assumed 3 or 4 roles within a single mission, each designed to move them closer to their goal, without ever appearing the same twice. This required immense mental discipline, memory, and physical endurance. To support these roles, shinobi carried compact costume kits, simple robes, sashes, or head coverings folded tightly, cosmetic pouches, powders, wax, herbal stains, voice dampeners, strips of bark or herbs to alter speech, identification props, fake travel permits, clan emblems, prayer beads, tool belts. Each item was dual purpose. A flute might also conceal a scroll. A merchant's cane might hold a poison needle. A prayer box could store caltrops. And all were burned or buried when no longer needed. Disguise was not only for infiltration, it was for protection. A shinobi fleeing a scene might vanish into a hut, shed his tunic, dirty his face, and emerge moments later as a limping traveler. His pursuers would search for a warrior. They would never suspect the man they passed on the road. In crowded cities, ninja often shadowed themselves, walking 5 steps behind their own disguise, changing roles at inns, dyeing hair in rivers, becoming ghosts with faces no one could remember. Disguise for the ninja was more than trickery. It was a discipline, a philosophy, a weapon sharpened not with steel, but with observation, performance, and absolute control. In a world bound by form and role, the ninja wore identity like a second skin, slipping it on, shedding it, and disappearing without a trace. Long after the swords were sheathed, the scrolls hidden, and the missions faded into the fog of history, the image of the ninja lived on. But what remained in the minds of poets, playwrights, and centuries later filmmakers was not the reality, but the myth. It is in this realm, where whispers turn to legends and shadows become superhuman, that the ninja took on a second life. They were no longer simply covert agents or survivalists. They became phantoms, sorcerers, immortals. Their true history was obscured beneath centuries of folklore, fear, and fascination. This chapter explores how the ninja transitioned from practical warrior to cultural icon, how fiction transformed fact, and what these myths reveal about the world that created them. Even during the Sengoku and Edo periods, stories of ninja abilities were exaggerated and embellished, sometimes deliberately by the ninja themselves. These myths served a purpose: to intimidate enemies, suggesting shinobi could walk through walls or vanish into mist, to confuse observers, masking true techniques with supernatural explanations, to elevate the clan's reputation, making them seem beyond reach. Some daimyo even encouraged rumors about their ninja forces to sow fear in rivals, crafting an aura of untouchability. Thus, fact and fiction began to mix while the ninja still lived. Ninja could turn invisible. Reality. Shinobi were masters of camouflage, shadows, and silent movement, but they did not become physically invisible. Origin. Their ability to appear and disappear without detection inspired tales of magical vanishing. They could fly or walk on water. Reality. Ninja used flotation devices, Mizugumo, and lightweight bridges to cross water and tools to scale walls. Origin. Eyewitnesses, seeing them emerge from rivers or rooftops, assumed supernatural movement. They controlled animals or used magic. Reality. Shinobi studied animal behavior to predict nature or use it in escape, e.g., releasing birds or mimicking sounds. Origin. Fearful villagers describe them as having fox magic. Kitsune no jutsu, a term associated with cunning. They could kill with a glance or whistle. Reality. Ninja were skilled in poisons, stealth attacks, and distractions. Sudden deaths with no visible wound were blamed on sorcery. Origin. Mysterious deaths with no witnesses birthed tales of deadly stares or cursed sounds. They were all black-clad assassins. Reality. Most missions were conducted in disguise. Ninja rarely wore black, unless necessary for night infiltration. Origin. Edo period kabuki theater portrayed ninja as black silhouettes to represent invisibility on stage. In the 17th and 18th centuries, kabuki plays introduced stylized versions of ninja characters, dressed entirely in black, eyes barely visible, flitting across stage sets with wires and smoke. This was done not for accuracy, but to dramatize stealth. Black costumes represented non-presence or theatrical invisibility, but audiences began to associate it with how ninja truly dressed. These portrayals cemented the shadow warrior archetype that continues to this day. In the 20th century, as Japan opened to the world, the West discovered the ninja and turned them into pop culture icons. Through movies, comics, and television, the ninja transformed into masked assassins with supernatural speed, martial arts masters with swords and smoke bombs, heroes, anti-heroes, or cartoon warriors with moral codes. From James Bond films to Saturday morning cartoons, the image became hyper-stylized. Throwing stars flew like bullets, walls were scaled in seconds, and every ninja was a one-man army. By the 1980s and 1990s, ninja mania had exploded, spawning everything from toys and costumes to martial arts schools that claimed ancient lineages. The real history was largely lost beneath the marketing. Despite the distortions, some truths remained. The ninja's strength in discipline, adaptability, and silence, their ability to learn from the environment and use it as a weapon, their role as social engineers, not just warriors, their legacy of strategic thinking and resilience. Even in fiction, the allure of the ninja remains, not as unstoppable killers, but as embodiments of human potential, to move unseen, to think ahead, to win without fighting. The myth of the ninja endures because it speaks to deep human desires, to be unseen when needed, to overcome greater powers with cleverness, to move through the world without limits, to shape fate with skill, not brute force. The ninja became not just a figure of history, but a symbol of control in a chaotic world. In the end, the myth and the man walk side by side. One steps into battle in silence. The other leaps across rooftops in moonlight. Both are ninja, and both still capture the imagination of a world forever drawn to the edge of the visible and the power that lies just beyond it. As the fires of the Sengoku period flickered into ash and the warlords laid down their arms, the need for shadows began to fade. The ninja, once indispensable agents of chaos, infiltration, and strategy, found themselves in a world that no longer had a place for whispers in the dark. The castles they once scaled were at peace. The secrets they once stole became irrelevant. But the shinobi did not vanish in a single moment. Their fall was not dramatic, but gradual, a fading, like the twilight before night. As Japan unified under the Tokugawa shogunate, the ninja's greatest enemy was not a sword or a trap. It was order. This chapter traces the quiet collapse of the ninja world, the suppression of their craft, and how, in death, they ensured their survival. The rise of Tokugawa Ieyasu in the early 1600s marked the beginning of the Edo period, a time of enforced stability and centralized power. With it came peace among daimyo, dissolution of private armies, tightened surveillance over feudal domains. Espionage, sabotage, and assassination were no longer tools of diplomacy. They were threats to state security. The new shogunate imposed a powerful bureaucratic system to control movement, weapon ownership, and communication. The covert arts, once vital to survival, were now crimes. Ninja families had to hide their knowledge or abandon their traditions altogether. Many did both. The two most famous shinobi regions, Iga and Koga, were hit hardest. Though Tokugawa Ieyasu had once relied on ninja operatives, he could not allow independent military intelligence networks to persist. Over time, Iga and Koga were absorbed into the Tokugawa provincial system. Training halls were disbanded or destroyed. Scrolls and manuals were seized, hidden, or burned. Shinobi clans were registered under neutral occupations: farmer, merchant, scribe. Those who resisted were labeled ronin, or worse, outlaws. Others faded into rural anonymity, their skills becoming oral tradition, passed only to family. Still, not all ninja vanished. Some clans adapted, transforming their identities. Bodyguards and security advisors for daimyo, police inspectors, or undercover agents for local magistrates. Stage performers, using their acrobatic and illusion skills for kabuki or festivals. Teachers of obscure martial arts, disguised as self-defense schools. The knowledge survived, but disguised, like everything else the shinobi had ever done. Over time, their names were changed, techniques diluted, and origins blurred. The phrase ninjutsu itself began to appear less in military documents and more in folklore, entertainment, and rumor. The ninja was no longer a weapon. He had become a story. By the late Edo period, references to shinobi in government logs all but vanished. No more requests for infiltration. No more payments for sabotage. No more training rosters. The last known shinobi to openly serve in an official capacity are believed to have done so under Tokugawa Yoshimune, early 18th century. as internal spies monitoring rebellious provinces. After that, the records become silent. Whether they had died, disbanded, or simply learned to hide better than ever before, no one could say, and in that silence their legend grew. In the late 1800s, as the Meiji Restoration began modernizing Japan and dismantling feudal structures, a curious phenomenon occurred, a resurgence of ninja interest, but from the outside. Western scholars, tourists, and martial artists sought the secrets of the ninja, but with most true clans long gone or underground, new masters appeared, claiming to hold ancient truths. These included fabricated scrolls, invented lineages, dramatized techniques never used in actual espionage. Some meant well, others sought profit. The result was a blending of history, myth, and modern invention, making the truth harder to recover with each passing decade. Despite their disappearance from history books, the ninja left deep and lasting legacies. In martial arts, many principles of ninjutsu were absorbed into jujutsu, aikido, and other forms. In military strategy, their tactics inspired guerrilla warfare techniques studied even in modern academies. In psychology, the concept of perception versus reality found new homes in espionage, intelligence work, and even theater. But perhaps their greatest legacy was how they disappeared. No rebellion, no execution, no war. They obeyed their own teachings. When the world no longer needs you, vanish. When the enemy forgets you exist, you have already won. In quiet valleys of Japan, you can still find them. Stone-walled wells that lead nowhere, manuscripts stored in temple libraries with strange notations, graves with no names, in villages where all else is recorded, training rings hidden in forests, overgrown but precisely shaped. And in families that speak rarely of their past, you may still meet a descendant who smiles just slightly when asked if they have ever studied the old ways. The fall of the ninja was not a death, it was a decision. To leave history without being caught by it, to bury legacy in silence, not stone, to turn their greatest trick not against a lord or an army, but against time itself. And in that final act, the shinobi ensured this, that though they may vanish from the world would never forget them. As the world hurtled into the modern era, steam engines replacing horses, firearms replacing swords, and global conflict replacing clan warfare, the age of the shinobi seemed destined to remain a relic. And yet, even as feudal Japan vanished behind electric lights and train whistles, ninjutsu did not die. Instead, it transformed. Across the 20th and 21st centuries, the ninja has lived again, not as an assassin or spy, but as a symbol, a practice, a whisper of ancient resilience in a world of noise. This chapter explores how ninjutsu survived, evolved, and continues to inspire and adapt in our modern world. With the abolition of the samurai class and the feudal system in the Meiji Restoration, 1868, the ninja's world collapsed formally. But certain families, descendants of Iga, Koga, and other minor clans, preserved their knowledge in secret. Some passed it orally, others hid scrolls and techniques in temple vaults or shrines. The teachings became private, practiced in courtyards or rice fields, away from the government's gaze. These lineages, small and often secretive, quietly carried forward elements of survival skills, fire-making, shelter, wilderness tracking, weapon concealment and use, meditation and breath control, observation, disguise, and memory training. While their numbers dwindled, their knowledge remained, unwritten but unforgotten. After World War II, as Japan rebuilt and redefined itself, the world turned curious eyes toward its rich history. Among the samurai, geisha, and Shinto priests, one figure stood out in mystery and allure: the ninja. During the 1960s and 1970s, Japan saw a resurgence of ninja-themed entertainment, books, radio dramas, and most prominently, films. These stylized versions emphasized the black-clad assassin, stealth and acrobatics, exotic weapons, shuriken, blowguns, chains, mysterious hand signs, and illusions. The image was hyperbolic, but irresistible. Soon, the West followed. By the 1980s, ninja-themed movies, comic books, and cartoons had exploded globally. Ninja Turtles, Enter the Ninja, shinobi video games, and behind the scenes, a handful of real-life martial artists began to revive and formalize ninjutsu traditions. Perhaps the most prominent figure in modern ninjutsu was Masaki Hatsumi. Born in 1931, Hatsumi claimed to be the 34th Grandmaster, Soke, of Togakure-ryu, a ninjutsu tradition allegedly passed from feudal times. He founded the Bujinkan organization, teaching a blend of historical ninjutsu, taijutsu, body movement arts, and philosophy. Hatsumi's students included Western martial artists who brought ninjutsu to Europe, the Americas, and beyond. Dojos opened, black gi and tabi boots returned, hand signs, kuji-in, were revived. Seminars were held around the world. However, with popularity came controversy. Many questioned the authenticity of lineages. Others accused schools of commercialization and myth-making. Rival groups splintered, each claiming purer descent. Still, these schools kept alive core aspects of shinobi thinking: awareness, movement, strategy, and adaptability. Whether they practiced true ancient ninjutsu or modern interpretations, they carried forward its spirit. Elements of shinobi training found unlikely applications. Military special forces adopted ninja-like tactics, silent movement, terrain use, psychological manipulation. Private security and intelligence studied perception management, disguise, and infiltration. Parkour and movement arts drew from ninja wall scaling, jumping, and controlled falling. Survivalism and prepping embraced bushcraft once found in shinobi manuals. Knot tying, map reading, poison identification. Though modern warriors do not wear black hoods, the principles of ninjutsu: strike silently, observe everything, disappear completely, remain alive in elite circles. In today's world, the idea of stealth has shifted from rooftops to networks. Cybersecurity experts, hackers, and digital activists are often likened to modern shinobi. They move invisibly, infiltrate high-security spaces, extract or protect information, operate in decentralized, often anonymous ways. Terms like white hat hacker and cyber ninja reflect this evolution. The ninja's lesson: in any age, information is power, and those who master its movement rule unseen. Today, the ninja exists as iconic character archetypes in anime, games, and movies, fashion and branding tools, metaphors for subtlety, speed, and control, inspirations for self-discipline and personal development. They are Batman's ancestors, shadow warriors in Naruto, stealth units in strategy games, Halloween costumes and athletic logos. Yet behind all the glamour, the real draw remains. The ninja is the one who knows more than he says, moves when others freeze, survives when others fall. In a chaotic, overshared world, the desire to become unseen yet effective, to move like shadow, to speak like silence, is more powerful than ever. While historical ninjas no longer stalk rooftops, and the scrolls lie quiet in museums and vaults, the essence of ninjutsu lives on. It lives in the athlete who trains in silence before the crowd roars, the artist who observes the world unseen before creating, the strategist who plans 3 steps ahead in every meeting, the survivor who adapts to every storm, every fall, every change in wind. To be ninja is no longer to wear a mask. It is to know when to act and when to wait, when to fight and when to disappear. Though the ninja no longer walk the rooftops of Japan, their memory is carefully preserved, in glass cases, in inked scrolls, and in the reverent whispers of those who still seek the truths hidden behind the myths. In a world that spins forward faster each year, the story of the shinobi remains anchored in both memory and mystery. This final chapter is a tribute to how their legacy is kept alive, not through blades and smoke, but through preservation, education, and respect. Across Japan, several dedicated institutions have been established to honor the history of the ninja, especially in the regions where their traditions once thrived. Iga Ryu Ninja Museum, Iga, Mi Prefecture, located in the mountainous region of Iga, once a shinobi stronghold. The museum is housed in an old ninja residence filled with secret doors and hidden staircases, replicas of shinobi tools and weapons, exhibitions on espionage tactics, disguises, and field strategies, live performances demonstrating traditional ninja techniques. Visitors walk not just through a museum, but through a reconstructed world where silence once ruled. Koga Ninja Village, Shiga Prefecture, home to descendants of the Koga ninja clan. This site includes an authentic ninja house with traps and escape routes, demonstrations of shuriken throwing and stealth walking, archives of ancient manuscripts and weaponry, cultural experiences teaching basic ninjutsu principles. Other notable destinations include the Togakure Ryu Museum, smaller shrines and temples linked to legendary operatives, and historical trails retracing the paths ninja once used between villages and castles. These museums do more than display. They immortalize a profession once defined by disappearance. Much of what we know about ninjutsu comes from rare texts passed quietly through generations, then unearthed, restored, or translated for modern study. Key historical documents include Bansen Shukai, 1676, considered the master scroll of ninja knowledge, compiled in Iga. It covers disguise, espionage, poisons, weather prediction, and more. Shoninki, 1681, written by Natori Masatake of the Ki province, a deeply philosophical and practical guide on shinobi ethics, deception, and field operations. Ninpiden, 1650s, attributed to Hattori Hanzo's lineage. Its contents remained a family secret for centuries before being released to the public. Today, these documents are preserved in university archives, Kyoto, Tokyo, and Nagoya, national museums, private collections of martial art historians, digital reproductions, allowing global scholars to examine every brushstroke. Every preserved scroll is a silent voice of the past, continuing to teach those willing to listen. In recent decades, scholars have turned to ninjutsu with rigorous academic discipline, separating romanticized fiction from cultural truth. Fields of research include military history and guerrilla warfare, socio-political role of shinobi in feudal governance, gender studies focusing on kunoichi contributions, psychological warfare techniques and their origins, cross-comparative analysis with global spy traditions. Professors and martial arts historians now lecture on ninjutsu in Japanese universities and publish in journals worldwide. Documentaries backed by credible institutions explore ninja life with renewed accuracy. And yet, even these scholars admit much remains unknowable, either by design or time's erosion. While museums and archives preserve facts, art preserves spirit. The ninja continues to live in manga and anime, e.g., Naruto, Basilisk, Ninja Scroll, cinema, both historical and stylized, video games, where stealth mechanics and historical missions recreate ancient strategies, literature and fantasy, where ninja embody discipline and cunning, stage, performance, and martial art exhibitions, breathing new life into old movements. These retellings, though often dramatized, help introduce new generations to the concept of the shinobi, then lead them to seek deeper truth. And from that, the legacy continues. Some families today quietly acknowledge ninja ancestry. They do not wear masks or throw stars, but they maintain family shrines, practice traditional rituals, translate and protect scrolls, run dojos or cultural centers, serve as guides and educators. Their role is not one of performance, but guardianship. Their quiet work ensures the shinobi's wisdom is never truly lost. As we look forward, several forces will shape how ninjutsu endures. Digital preservation, scanned scrolls, VR museum experiences, AI-powered reconstructions, cross-cultural exploration, ninja compared with Native American scouts, medieval spies, or modern intelligence units, mindfulness and philosophy, ninjutsu as a tool for personal awareness, discipline, and psychological resilience, global martial arts integration, blending ninjutsu techniques with self-defense, wellness, and security training. In the end, the future of the ninja lies not in recreating the past exactly, but in learning from its essence. To be shinobi was never about weapons or walls. It was about mastery of self, deep understanding of others, silence in a world of noise, precision in a world of chaos, movement that matters. And those lessons, those will never age. In the stillness between night and dawn, in the hush before the city wakes or the village bell tolls, there remains a presence, felt, not seen. It is the echo of a footstep on tile, a flicker of motion at the edge of vision, a breath held just too long in the shadows. It is not a ghost nor a god. It is the legacy of the ninja. For centuries, they moved not for glory, but for necessity, not for conquest, but for survival. Their world was one of silence, patience, and precision, a world that demanded mastery of the self before mastery of others. They were scholars of the unseen, warriors of the intangible, and architects of confusion. Every step calculated, every tool a message, every disappearance a triumph. Their story is not one of heroism carved in stone. It is a story etched in wind, remembered by no monument, and witnessed only by those they chose to leave alive. Though their era has passed, the world they understood still surrounds us, in every system built on secrets, in every profession requiring quiet skill, in every act of subtle resistance. The ninja live, the strategist who studies without speaking, the analyst who observes patterns others ignore, the performer who transforms unseen behind the curtain, the survivor who knows when to act and when to disappear. Their weapons may rust, their scrolls may yellow, but their wisdom endures. In our loud digital world, where attention is currency and silence is rare, the shinobi's way feels more relevant than ever. They remind us that discipline is not loud, that power does not need recognition, that the unseen can shape everything. So if you walk beneath the trees of Iga, or past the moss-covered stones of Koga, or pause before an unassuming farmhouse with narrow walls and no sign, listen carefully. You may hear it, not a footstep, not a voice, but the whisper of history, the breath of a name that was never meant to be known, the echo of a path walked only once and then vanished, the soul of the shinobi, still moving, unseen. And in that whisper, you'll understand the final lesson. The ninja was never meant to be remembered, only felt.